75 years ago, we escaped and got lost in a story. To feel connected. To share moments. Which we will remember forever. It's the most incredible thing in the world. For 75 years, we fueled the dreams of storytellers. The world might change, but we believe that change is the only constant. With time, we have adapted and committed to our legacy of investing in storytelling. Dreaming big and aiming high. Constantly striving to serve. A dedicated team whose vision is to be a global leader and enabler of audio-visual craft and creative solutions. An extraordinary team whose combined mission is to unlock, inspire, and nurture the imagination of storytellers.
Innovation,
Customer centricity,
dependability,
courage,
integrity,
creative excellence,
learning and empowering.
entrepreneurial mindset.
To a new beginning. To new adventures. To creating a unique path. We are just getting started.
aus Leidenschaft auf die Trends der Zukunft.
"75 years ago, we escaped and got lost in a story. to feel connected. To share moments. Which we will remember forever. It's the most incredible thing in the world. For 75 years, we fueled the dreams of storytellers. The world might change, but we believe that change is the only constant. With time, we have adapted and committed to our legacy of investing in storytelling. Dreaming big and aiming high. Constantly striving to serve. A dedicated team whose vision is to be a global leader and enabler of audio-visual craft and creative solutions. An extraordinary team whose combined mission is to unlock, inspire, and nurture the imagination of storytellers.
Innovation,
Customer centricity.
Dependability.
courage, integrity,
Creative excellence.
learning and empowering.
Entrepreneurial mindset.
To a new beginning. To new adventures. To creating a unique path. We are just getting started.
mit Leidenschaft auf die Trends der Zukunft.
"75 years ago, we escaped and got lost in a story. to feel connected. To share moments. Which we will remember forever. It's the most incredible thing in the world. For 75 years, we fueled the dreams of storytellers. The world might change, but we believe that change is the only constant. With time, we have adapted and committed to our legacy of investing in storytelling. Dreaming big and aiming high. Constantly striving to serve. A dedicated team whose vision is to be a global leader and enabler of audio-visual craft and creative solutions.
OTT solution. So in partnering with Yoda, us sinking dollars into equipment so that we don't have to pay our kind platinum partner AWS, we're able to scale the solution, lower the cost on a recurring basis, and then pass the savings on to our great OTT customers. So in India, which is massive, I don't even want to say country, I guess you call them states, but there's just so much content being produced, and there's definitely a need to distribute that content in an efficient way to affect all the different markets. So the way that we're deploying content distribution will save money in terms of content delivery costs and allow us to scale and provide a great solution for all of the India markets.
Thank you, Mr. Mark. I would now like to take my first set of questions to Mr. Panda.
So
Yes.
just wanted to one statement, Indian way I want to add. What as a provider or an enabler, what we are trying to do, I'll use the Indian slang, right, which is called Subidha, right? So Subidha is what we are trying to do, right? On top of it, as a provider, we wanted to give you a simplest solution, which we call it Saral, right? And it has to be a best solution, best fit solution, which is called Sugam, right? On top of it, we run it and support it so that you consume it or you enable your customers with a better way, which we call it Sucharu, right? These 4 S, सुविधा से मिलेगा, सुचारू से चलेगा, सुगम प्रोडक्ट है और सरल है. So that's how we, as an Indian, we can get into the OTT platform and make our consumers enabled to consume the best and experience a best.
So like they say, there's always an Indian way of doing things. So you've probably described that for us. I'll take my first set of questions to you, Mr. Panda. Tell us about the OTT sector when it comes to CapEx versus OpEx, which is capital expenditure and operational expenditure. And if you can break it down for us, the advantages and the disadvantages of both.
Right. So before I move to the CapEx and OpEx, so first thing is you need to understand where you need to, when you talk about build versus buy or a CapEx investment or a OpEx investments, my take is always is that whatever you are not confident for a long-term value creation, right? Or it is a skill or a technology or you are buying a house, right? Where you are not getting a long-term value creation you are not able to do, you should go to a specialist or a provider who can give it to you, right? That is the first principle of outsourcing you need to look at. When you look at before you build versus outsource, then how you will be managing your cash flows, right? Where you need to focus. If you get more cash flow for focusing on your research or marketing or content generation, so that you need to understand. And according to that, you have a 2 business or a commercial model available for you, right? Which is CapEx or a OpEx, right? Which is a rental model, right? Depending upon those 3 major criteria, like you can decide. Giving an example, if it is a very high-end technology, which I can't create, right? And if I spend on CapEx and try to build it, it is going to take me so much of time. Why I should not be outsourcing and focusing on a very minimal rental or a OpEx model? So that we need to decide and choose one of them, right? And this is where I suggest when I look at OTT, OTT is a mixture of technology as well as skills, which is very unique skills, right? So where you need to go to a outsourcer and prefer a OpEx model than building a CapEx model where your time, energy, and your cost will go, right? Better you spend your money if you have, right, on marketing, making content, and available for the consumers, which you are going to ultimately focus on, right? So I'll suggest go for a OpEx or a rental model, which will be better option than CapEx spending on this particular technology.
Which brings me to my next question then. What is the better sort of model then, would you say, when it comes to the OTT players? Going for the owned and operated model, like owned and operated infrastructure? What would you recommend?
So I'll be recommending go for a outsourcing and OpEx model. Don't build that, right? So first point is that you go, your GTM strategy or go to the market is faster, right? You board on already, which is innovation is already available. That diffusion we have already done, right? And use that diffusion, innovation, which we have already done, and use that and start focusing on the customers and democratize the entertainment and information consumption towards consumers.
And what are the ways in which, and if I can just peep into my notes a little bit, what are the ways in which one can maximize revenues when it comes to the OTT platform? If you can just share some revenue models.
Right, great. So ultimately what we are saying that we are trying to give you a collaboration platform, as well as monetization platform. When you collaborate, you start exchanging your content through your consumers. You will be ultimately be selecting a business model to get your profits or get your money to be returned, because you have created certain contents. For that, you need returns. So to do that, there are various models available in this platform, right? You can select, like Netflix does in a subscription way. You can select subscription, which we call it SBOD. You can mix the advertisement and video on demand or live, right? Which you can mix with your AVOD, right? Sometimes because of some content you want to give it free, right, with your advertisement. That also can be possible, right? Some people also mix their transactional video on demand and put a price tag, saying that this is a premium content, you have this much of rupee I need to charge, right? So that also possible. So there are multiple. So PPB, AVOD, SVOD, all mixtures can be possible. And this commercial model or this monetization model is available. Flexibility is available.
Kirit, I would like to start
you
with
need
you.
to decide your content
We have seen
categorization you have to do,
the rise
and a mixed
and the
approach
fall
will
of
be the
the
better
animation
approach
industry
than going
in
for
India.
a selective approach. How people
Way
are
back
doing it,
from the
I
early
feel that.
90s. We had
Thank you, Mr. Panda,
huge
for
studios
sharing
like
those,
Pentafour, Pentamedia
insights,
Graphics,
and for someone like you, an
DQ.
industry leader, to
So
share
how
those
do you
insights,
look at
from your
the
expertise,
journey
in
of
the field. Mr.
animation
Mark
industry in
Malcolm,
India
I'll come to you now
over the
with a set
last
of
2
questions.
decades,
Please
and
define
where
ways
is
to
it positioned
utilize
today?
fewer third-party services and
So,
advanced analytics
see, I'll tell
so
you,
that OTT
there has
players
been
can optimize
no
their costs.
fall. There have been studios that have fallen. I don't think animation industry has fallen. The struggle, if you see India's journey actually began around 94, 95. Before that, there was hardly any animation happening. And Ramon, who was the Indian animation pioneer, started in collaboration with UTV, started RMUSL, which is then became UTV Toons. And essentially from there, this is the first time we actually started building capacity, and we started building large studios, and then Pentamedia also came, and Pentafour came, and whatever. Pentamedia came in, and there are many others like Jadu Works and many others which came and they went. So, but what has happened is that all these studios helped us build critical mass. For us to understand how animation industry works, essentially there are two parts to the animation industry. One is a service providing model, right? The service providing model is always under pressure for margins. So if you have one bad project, even a studio like Rhythm and Hues, which is done a film like Life of Pi, has died. So quality has got nothing to do with it. It's just the business model itself of, even now that we see Prime Focus and DNEG struggling because they have laid off thousands of people, because it's a business cycle or a business downturn that we see. So essentially what has happened in all of this is, I mean, Technicolor for that matter is right now in quite a bit of trouble because of what is happening in America with the strike and everything. But in all of these years, one has to understand that from 95, when there were a handful of animators that you could count in your hand, you had about 10-15 people, including my father Ramon and many others, and then I came to the field, and Ramon trained a few people. We knew the entire industry. From now from then to now, we have 2.5 lakh people in the industry, right? So, and we are poised to become, we are already doing about 10% of the global work, which is huge. And then now we are also poised exactly like the IT industry, what it was initially. Started off with a service providing model, fixing the Y2K bug in the 90s. Now the IT industry produces, our IT industry has the largest number of startups in the world. So it's come a long way. You have to first build critical mass, be a service provider, learn the craft, learn the art, and then subsequently allow your people to unleash your talent and your people to create opportunities and to create a market and to create a business model by which we can tell our own stories. That's the area that we are feeling in. That has not been the area. But from a service providing model, I think we're pretty much the graph has been up. And now there is a lot of attempts being made to actually create some fantastic games, some fantastic comics. Animation also you see quite a few people independently trying to create their own products like IPs and tell their own stories. Unfortunately, Netflix, Amazon, all the platforms are not supporting Indian animation at this point in the way they need to. But I think that's only a matter of time which will change. And we will get better as we go along. So I think in the next 3-4 years, I see a huge growth spurt in the original content creation space. Of course, in the service providing space, we are anyway growing at 30% per year. So that's how I see it.
Coming to you, Preeti, you have a rich library of comic content. How do you plan to capitalize on that? And my second question to you would be, do you think Indian audience is averse to seeing Indian mythology in the animation format on screen?
Okay. So about our plans, first part of the question. So last year we signed a deal with Applause Entertainment, and they have acquired the license for the Amateur Katha library. So Amateur Katha, we have two main libraries. There's Amateur Katha itself, which is all our history and mythology, which is essentially history, mythology, folktales, which is the non-fiction space. And then we have a brand called Tinkle, where we have all the fiction IP, which is Supanni, Shambhu, Tantri, Wingstar, the DDs, all of those IPs. So what Applause Entertainment has licensed is the entire Amateur Katha piece. They're doing a series of 2D animation. They're actually working on 3 different series at the moment. And we'll see it next year. It's mid-2024 is when we're expecting for it to be released. So that's very exciting. And on the Tinkle front, yes, we are actively looking for the right partners to take the Tinkle IP. We have done some work in the past, but I think it's time for a really fresh look at all those IPs as well. And regarding seeing our mythological characters in animation, I don't think there is any mental block or any problem. I think the beauty of our mythology is that, like I say, it's like the ultimate open source philosophy. Right? If you just take the Ramayana, for example, there are more than 150 versions of Ramayana which exist in the Indian subcontinent. And we don't have a philosophy that this is correct and this is the wrong, right? Each of those versions are valid, and each of those versions have a different lesson or meanings to gain from them. So I think the Indian thought has always encouraged and allowed for a variety of stories, variety of ways of storytelling. The same Ramayana from ancient times, whether you look at a Pachitra art or Madhubani art, it could be communicated through art, it could be folk music, it could be... So animation, in my mind, is just another medium to which to communicate our stories, and the acceptance of listening to our stories in different formats is very deep in our DNA. There's never going to be a problem with that.
I would like to understand, Kirit. Recently, Green Gold released an animation feature film in the theatres. I don't think it really did well at the box office. So what is your take on that? We have seen this trend of earlier Roadside Romeo also failing on the box office.
So I'll tell you what, there is a mindset issue. The mindset even Tunpur, my film didn't do well at the box office, but did exceedingly well on television. Now, why is that something that we create for children, feature length film that we create for children, not doing well at the box office, but doing exceedingly well in the television space? There was another film by Ajay Devgn called Tarzan the Wonder Car or something, right? It is one of the biggest films on television, and it's a kids film. But it tanked at the box office. The reason for that is because children over here, what is happening is that if a family has to go out to a theatre and has to spend 600-700 rupees per head, and if it's 3 people, 1,800 to 2,000 rupees, the family is not is loath to go out and to watch a children's film or a film meant for children, and animation is essentially being perceived as something being done for children. So my son, he was in school at that time, and there was a lot of excitement about Toonpur because his friends knew that their colleagues' father had made the film, and everybody wanted to see it over that weekend. And by the time Monday happened, everybody had seen the film, but on a DVD, on a pirated DVD. So nobody went to the theater. So that is unfortunate that happened. And similarly with Chota Bheem also, and the kind of films that they are making, they are doing exceedingly well on television because there is repeat viewing, and there is children like to watch the same thing again and again. And that's how the films are doing well. So I think essentially we've not come to a point where a Pixar or a Disney film also which releases in India, which is world-class storytelling, it doesn't do well theatrically, even here. So it's got nothing to do with our quality of storytelling or whatever. It's just a mindset that this is children. If it's an animation film, it's a children's film, and therefore we should not go to theater. We should watch it on television. And
but animation, live action, what is the number of children's films produced? It's nothing.
Absolutely.
Right? So it's completely a drought. Nobody's making children's films in India, and that's just a sad truth. Right.
And so with this area is a huge opportunity. The children's programming space, the children's film space is a huge opportunity for people to understand. But the narrative has to change. And somehow I think the new generation of parents are probably more cognizant of the fact that they need to take their children to the theatres. And I'm hoping that over the years, of course, it will only get better. And nowadays, of course, many of the films are not doing well theatrically, even the mainstream ones. But that is also changing now. So I'm hoping that this trend will change.
I would like to touch on two aspects. Now the Government of India, their recent thrust on the ABIS sector and the way they want to sort of support this sector. How do you think that's going to propel the animation sector? Preeti, would you like that first?
So from the government perspective, there are two major thrusts I'd like to talk about. One is, of course, the thrust on the ABIS sector. We have finally a really good ABIS draft policy which has been tabled, and there is a serious attempt to create employment, to create interest among students, to pursue a career in animation. So there is a very sincere attempt, and the good thing is that it's been done in collaboration with the industry. Which is why it is practical, and we will probably see great results coming out of it. The other part, which let's hear from Kirit on the ABIS, and then I'll talk about the NEP.
Yeah, so for the benefit of some of ABIS essentially means that the government has clubbed the animation, visual effects, gaming, and comics industry together. That's where the term ABIS comes from. And as Preeti said, we have an excellent draft policy in place, and the government now is giving a lot of thrust on Create in India, which is they understand that there is a huge, so 2.5 lakh people employed, they want to take it to 20 lakh people, which is 2 million people should be employed by 2032. The current size of the industry is about varying figures are between 1.5 billion to 4 billion. They want to take it to 40 billion. 40 billion also would mean that we would be at 5% of the global pie. It's not a large number they're looking at. At this point, we're at 0.5% of the global pie. But if you're doing 10% of the world, why are we at 0.5% at the revenues? Because we are a service providing. We are not the creator. So if we are become the creator, then we will take the larger share of the pie, because then we are the creators, and we are the owners, the producers of the content. And so the thrust is in that area. Of course, the government, being a government, wants to make sure that it employs maximum people. It doesn't matter whether they are servicing or they are in creation. But the only way you can employ 2 million people in this country in the ABIS is essentially by creating your own markets over here and telling your own stories.
Yeah, and if you look at the strength of our economy, not just ABIS, the strength of our economy is a consumption-led economy. Whereas a Chinese economy will go through major downturns when consumption from other countries goes down. India is a consumption-led economy. We have a population, so why don't we just look at our own market? And that's what I always come back to, that we have a 5,000-year-old tradition of storytelling. We have some of the most ancient stories with us, which have inspired all of Hollywood, right, at the end of it all. So there needs to be, we need to look at what Kirit is talking about, look at moving beyond being the service economy, and it's sad that we are only doing that and not done enough of the creation. But I think rather than looking at it as a sad fact, looking at it as an opportunity. That is a huge opportunity that exists for us to own that space. Right? And that's the future.
So what about the educational aspect?
So that's something that I feel very passionately about. So the government released the NEP, the new education policy in 2020. And it's a path-breaking policy because it's turning the entire education system, the way we look at it, completely around. There is a greater emphasis. There is an emphasis for the first time perhaps on creativity, on multidisciplinary learning, on application-oriented learning. These are all areas which we grow up with, right? We grew up in a system which encouraged you to memorize things and go and regurgitate them. So finally there is an emphasis on this kind of learning. And animation, comics fit in perfectly as a tool, as a medium, as a method of education, because it is more superior. The combination of visuals and words together, whether it's an animation or a comic, has a deeper impact on the brain. Neuroplasticity and all of the neuro studies show that. So why don't we look at, I think 30 years back, perhaps when your father was starting off 40 years back trying to do animation, or Uncle Pai was trying to take comics too, there was a lot of headwinds, right? People thought it was frivolous and silly. They would say कि पढ़ाई करो उसके बाद में comic पढ़ो, या पढ़ाई करो उसके बाद में cartoon देखो. It was never looked at. It was frivolous, right? It was a guilty pleasure almost. But today we don't have that headwind. We have a tailwind because we have a whole generation of people who grew up reading Amachar Katha, who remember whatever they remember of Indian history because of comics they read. So there is a tailwind now. There is the NEP helping us. There is approximately 27 crores growing children in India. So rather than trying to get, this is what I feel, rather than trying to pull families into theatres and get them to spend 800 bucks on a ticket, which is expensive and difficult, why don't we look at using animation and using our comics in the space of education? Because education is booming. It's the highest literacy level we've ever seen. It's the highest investment in education. It's the first time in my life I'm seeing in-flight magazines advertising schools. Right? We've never seen that in our life. So there is a huge opportunity to use animation, to use comics for education. We have the market, we have the funds, we have it's primed and ready. And I think that's something that all of us should focus on. Somewhere when you decide to be in the space of children, especially children's content does come with a moral responsibility. Somewhere you are touching the life of a child, you are responsible in whatever way for the development of the child, and this is an opportunity for us to do it. It's a beautiful opportunity for us to do that. So I personally cringe sometimes when I see some of the names of the new cartoon shows for children, or the kind of content, and I feel that this is not what children deserve to watch, right? A lot of things that which are coming up are not necessarily for their highest good. So I feel that there is a big opportunity. We have the talent. We have the resources, and we have a 5,000 legacy of stories. Why don't we put all that together and use it for the power of education?
So one of the things that I just want to add on the NEP front is also that there is a huge impetus being done to inculcate art in schools, right? And it's starting at the school level because India has never been a country of inventors. And the reason why we are not inventors, there was a time during the olden days, of course, in Maurya and then the A.B.I.S, that we were the centers of learning and we were the center of inventions because arts and culture flourished. But the reason why we haven't seen anything getting invented in the country is because of the fact that arts and creativity is not infused at the school level. So most of them are now, of course, now it's changing, but everybody pretty much doctors, engineers, lawyers, and other things, you know. Now that we see that impetus, like Preeti said, the whole education policy has been turned on its head, and now with the new education policy, Essentially, arts has become an integral part of it. And I'd be happy to share that one of our partners who has pioneered teaching animation to children in schools is also part of one of the government bodies, and she is reaching out to 50,000 schools to inculcate animation in the curriculum, to teach, to train the trainers, and to teach animation for children in schools itself, starting from age 6, 7, so maybe grade 2, grade 3, up to grade 9, grade 10. And that is going to have a huge ramification, because it's not just about animation, it's about understanding a lot of concepts. Animation is not just drawing, it's also about understanding physics, it's also about understanding mathematics and a whole lot of other things. And apart from art, creativity, it's also about self-expression, it's about creativity. It's about many other things that come along with it. So it's a fantastic initiative that will change the culture and the mindset and expand the vision of the country and the next generation.
Yeah, and to add to that, if those students are taught animation using Indian animation, using Indian stories, out of 100% of the students who get that animation education, maybe 5% will decide or 2% will decide to have a career in animation. That's possible. But all 100% will benefit from Indian stories, right? So there is definitely that bonus. That 100% of those students are going to learn Indian stories, are going to get a sense of Indian values, Indian culture, and feel a sense of connection with their own culture. And some of them might want to become animators and have a career in animation. So we must have animation education in schools, and we must use Indian stories to teach the animation. Let's not bring in Disney and all of that to teach them animation. We have enough content here which can be used.
Completely agree.
Okay, I would now like to throw the floor to the audience in case you have any questions to be addressed to the panelists. Anybody in the audience? Okay, can we have a mic here?
Yeah, it's for Preeti. Preeti, so you just mentioned that when you're bringing back Amar Chitrakatha, it's being read in a 2D space. 2D is a space that you're looking at, bringing Amar Chitrakatha. So question basically that only, why are we not looking at 3D when the animation?
Actually, it's a mix of 2D and 3D. One of the series has it's got a pair of siblings who the storyline is that somebody gives them a VR headset, and whenever they're on the VR headset, they enter the land of Amar Chitrakatha. So whatever animation is, when those two children come on the screen, that is entirely 3D. And when they enter the world of Amar Chitrakatha, that world is 2D. So that's how they have designed it.
One more question. So in a space where everything is like global, right? Our kids are watching most content coming from Disney and all of those places. So Amar Chitrakatha has been like, I have been brought up reading all the Amar Chitrakatha, right? But why are we not getting integration? Why are we, when everything is integrated, technology, software, everything is getting integrated? Why would we just want to stick to one space when we read Amar Chitrakatha? Why would we want to in a specific way? Why would we want to reinvent it and make it more relevant, not only for our kids, but kids globally?
So we are, I'm not sure what you mean by integration, but we are a... Right. No, absolutely. And see, we are not an animation company, right? We are an IP company. We own the IP. We are a content company. And we are India's oldest comic book company. It's 56 years that we've been using comics, and we continue to produce and create new comics every month. So that is where our strength lies, in creating new content. We are not animation experts. We are not animation specialists. We are not an animation company. So our entire approach is to look for the right partners, to look for the right commercial deals that work for us, which we think do justice to the kind of... So we've been looking for a long time to find the right partners, and so the deal we have with Laws is a licensing deal. And the way I look at it, like I said, we're not animation experts. The example I give is that if I have a Michelin star chef who's come to my kitchen, My job is to provide all the right ingredients to make sure the kitchen has all the right tools and equipment that he needs, and then leave him to do his job, right? I don't have any value to add when it comes to what is a specific kind of animation. I know what it should look like, I know the kind of quality we are looking for, and for us, it's choosing that right partner becomes the most important step.
Okay, we'll take a couple more questions before we close the session. The gentleman at the back. Yeah. Yours.
$50,000 schools. Okay, so her name is Tehzeeb. She's my wife, and she's which is why I was reluctant to share her name. It runs the family. We've taken over the industry.
And we have Kabir also here, Kirit's son in the audience.
But she's been working, so she's pretty accomplished. She's been working with children since 2001. She runs an organization called Club, and she was a pioneer for taking Indian to pioneer of animation education in schools. So she created a curriculum and she has taken it to schools in Mumbai specifically, and of course many schools in Mumbai like Ecole Mondiale, Ecole Française, Singapore International, mostly schools that have IB curriculum. Now initially only the schools which have IB curriculum appreciate the value of art and creativity. But then subsequently, obviously with the NEP now the government wants it. So she is part of the governing council of MESC, which is Media and Entertainment Sector Skills Council, something, whatever. It's a body which obviously is headed by Ramesh P and many other stalwarts, and there are 4 or 5 core members in that, and she's one of them. She herself has got 4 industry recognition awards, and she's won more than 70 to 73 international awards for her works internationally. So she is one of the most prominent, if not the most, one of the prominent people of animation education for children in the world. So that's who she is. Low-key, doing her job.
Okay, I'll take one last question, if at all there is any. Yeah, okay. The gentleman at the back. Yeah.
And destroyed the habit in India of people paying for each content. So today, like on the revenue share model, if somebody watches your whole movie, the creator gets less than 3 rupees, which is much less than a beggar sitting outside a temple, what he earns per transaction. So banks think it's a non-profitable business. So banks shut the door. It's like a double-edged sword. So where does the creator go? If the creator wants to do it himself without going to big studios who are wasting our lifespan waiting for it.
So just like anything else, the banks are a business. Okay, they are not interested in your art, creativity and passion. They are interested in will I get my money back with the interest. And does this person have the capability to return that thing? And if you have a viable proposal and you have platforms and supporters and strategic people on board, I am sure they are going to look at your proposal quite keenly. They don't have the ability to assess creativity. They don't have the ability to assess success. They don't have the ability to assess capability, creativity, or even the story. They don't have that. They are purely going to look at the proposal and what is the viability of this proposal. Do you have any backer or funder who can potentially take this? Do you have a letter of interest from people, or do you have some solid producers who are names to reckon with, who will most certainly sell this? And then of course beyond all this, the banks are interested in collateral, because even beyond this they are not interested in whether you can deliver at the end of the day. If you have some heavy hitters there in terms of names, they are not interested. They are interested in, I run a business, I'm a bank, show me the money. I will give you the money, you show me the money, you show me you can return. That's it. They are not interested. And it's the same goal with producers as well in films. The directors, the storytellers, the screenwriters are very keen to put their stories out on the screen. But the producers are only interested in returns. They are not interested in your glory, fame, art, creativity, passion, or whatever you are interested in.
I think that question will take it offline because this discussion can continue offline. You can do that. So I would like to thank both of you all for coming and spending time with the audience and sharing your insights on the world of animation. So over to you, Shanawaz, for the...
Thank you. And thank you, Manoj. So I think we'll start with the next session. Oh yes, sorry. We have the mementos. Could you get? Yeah. We'll just hand over the. Yeah, sorry. Like I said, you have to. Thank you, Preeti. Thank you, Kirit. And thank you, Manoj.
A dedicated team whose vision is to be a global leader and enabler of audio-visual craft and creative solutions. An extraordinary team whose combined mission is to unlock, inspire, and nurture the imagination of storytellers.
Innovation.
Customer centricity.
Dependability.
Courage. Integrity.
Creative excellence.
Learning and empowering.
Entrepreneurial mindset.
To a new beginning. To new adventures. To creating a unique path. We are just getting started.
Trifft Leidenschaft auf die Trends der Zukunft.
offer you. So let's start with efficient. What does efficient really mean? And in the dictionary definition of it is that it's about achieving maximum productivity with minimum wasted effort or expense. And this is really the focus of a lot of companies today, of finance departments, is that as costs increase, how can we increase our revenue? How can we lower our costs, whether it's OPEX costs, CAPEX costs? How can we be more efficient with the resources that we have? And let's take a look at some numbers, right? It's easy to say, oh, we are more efficient. But if you have no benchmark, no metrics of how you calculate your efficiency, it's not really going to show how your resources are being utilized. So take a sample of what a production facility would require. There will be rack units of equipment. So let's say you have a average mid-sized facility. You have equipment that consume about 500 over rack units of space. So that's about maybe over 10 full height racks. Can we reduce that? Can we save space? Because in some places, space is a premium. Or maybe in power, green energy, environmentally friendliness is something that is very important in a lot of conversation these days. How can we be more environmentally friendly? How can we, our company, be part of the global effort to be more green? Thirdly, let's look at cabling. Cabling is also very important because cabling is weight, and weight will be the fourth thing that we want to talk about. The weight of the equipment, especially in OB situations, like OB trucks, OB vans, flight pack kits. How can we also reduce all of that? And is it possible that we reduce it from 500 over rack units to 14 rack units? For power, from over 50,000 watts, bring it down to just over 2,000. Cabling to 500 cables. And for weight, that's a simple conversion. If you are more used to the metric measurement, 6,000 pounds is equivalent just slightly under 3 metric tons. Can we bring it down to about 60 kilograms? That's a drastic reduction. And we talk about being efficient. It's about taking all of these resources and bringing it down to the ones that you see at the top. So let's use an analogy here. In the past, and I'm sure many of us are old enough to remember the days where we have multiple devices that we carry with us. It could be a camera, it could be a phone, maybe a laptop, GPS if you are going somewhere unfamiliar. All of that equipment today is pretty much condensed to this. And this is part of being efficient. I used to, even just stepping out of my home to go and buy a meal, to go for lunch, to go, just for a walk. I used to carry 3 things in my pocket: my phone, my wallet, and my keys. Today, everything is digital. I have a digital wallet, my lock is digital. I can do all 3 things with just my phone. And an extension, when I go for a vacation, a holiday, I used to carry a huge, DSLR with multiple lenses. Now I can take decent quality pictures and videos with just my phone. So essentially, that is part of being hyperconverged. Hyperconverged is a term that we did not create. It first came from the IT industry, where they were trying to be more efficient with their equipment. So for compute, for storage, for processing, networking. All of that was streamlined, and the term hyperconverged, where devices come together to be software-driven, came about. So over in the live production world, we also want to be more efficient with resources. Technology has improved. FPGAs are more powerful today. We can do so much more. Why do we have to have the same workflow like we did 20 years ago? Our handphones have caught up. So we believe that even in the live production world, we can be more efficient. And so this is how we define hyperconverged, is that combining what were formerly multiple independent products into a unified software-defined package that works together. So how does this really look like? What, give me something that I can see. And so We came out with the Ultrix platform a few years ago, and over time that has grown. It started off as, kind of be in the video routing category of equipment, but today the Ultrix platform has grown so much and we are calling it the entire hyper-converged platform. But at its core, it is still a routing system. We have a 1, 2, 5, and 10 RU system, and depending on the requirements that you need, we have different I/O counts. So all the way, the smallest are 36 input, and you can scale up to one that has 288 in and 288 out. In terms of I/O boards, we have 3 main types of I/O boards. The standard SDI, we have the IP I/O board that supports the SIM-T2110 standard, and lastly the Mod-X board, which comes with 4 sub-modules that depending on your requirement, maybe you need SDI over fiber, maybe you need HDMI. So depending on what kind of SFP I/Os you require, the Mod-X board will be able to adapt to your requirements. And once these boards are inserted into the Ultrix frame, it doesn't matter whether the video is coming in as HDMI or maybe SDI over fiber or 2110, it gets normalized and can be routed internally and output into the correct format that is required. So all of this is transparent to the operator. So for the engineers, you do not have to think, oh, do I have to convert from SDI to IP when I do this route? When I take that camera and put it over at that monitor, do I know that I need to convert to IP? It doesn't matter. Ultrix platform will take care of that for you. But we did not stop there. About 2 years back, we came out with a 4th board. And the 4th board is a bit more unique. It is not really an I/O board, but it goes into the same slot. We call it the software-defined production engine. For short, SDPE, or for everyone's more familiar term, is a switcher board. This is a production switcher. More details to come in the following slides. And so these 3 I/O boards with the 4th SDP board, all of that can be inserted into the Ultrix frames. So take the FR2, for example, which is a maximum of 72 in and 72 out. I can put in a HDX board. I can put in an IP board. Or I can put in a Mod-X board. And if you want to do production switching, we can also put in the SDPE software-defined production engine board. So all of this combined together is what we are offering as a hyper-converged solution. So let's take at what's inside this box, because although it starts off as a router, but it is so much more in what it can do.
Storytellers will face, whether they are in the mixed reality field or whether they are generating through AI or whichever way the story is experienced and told, they are going to be
if you want to expand in the future to do 12G, it is ready. Everything is single link. There's no reduction of inputs and outputs when you go from HD to UHD.
I have created
and as I mentioned earlier, depending on the kind of I/O boards that you put into it, it supports different kind of signal transport. So fiber, HDMI, and even MUDI for audio. So the moment the signal enters the frame,
can hold copyright.
It does. The first thing that it does is to do an audio embed. So SDI signal carries 16 channels of audio. All 16 channels get de-embedded and processed separately from the video path. And at the end of the frame, we are able to re-embed any audio. So the audio can be shuffled around. So I can take the audio from input 1, embed it on the video of input 12, and send that out. So think about, multilingual, multi-track video signals where you have different audio coming in on different channels. All of that can be done inside the Ultrix platform. In addition, there is frame sync and sample rate conversion. So for the video path, after it gets de-embedded, it gets frame sync if you need frame sync for sources that are not timed. And on the output, there is clean and quiet switching. So what this means is that Ultrix can work as a backup in the event that maybe one of your signal path needs to be switched while it's on air. You need it to be clean so there's no glitch, and you need it to be quiet So on the audio, there's no pop sound when you change from one channel to the other. So very important in maybe emergency, redundant backup situations. Next is that we support the SIM-T 2110 standard. Again, any signal that comes in as SDI can go out as IP, or signals that come in as IP can go out as SDI. Next, and this is huge because this saves so much input and output on your system. So when we have conversation with customers, we ask them, okay, how big do you need your video router to be? And then they say, oh, maybe it's 144 by 144. And how much of that is used to feed external multi-viewers? And very often the conversation is that the answer we get is, as high as up to maybe 50% of routers or I/O on the router is used to feed multi-viewers. So what the Hyperconverged Ultrix platform is able to offer is that we have multi-viewers
one of the
built
best ways that the
into the system.
blockchain
It's not a separate card, so you don't have to pop in a multi-viewer card, but within the frame, through the combination of the I/O board and the internal multi-viewer matrix, we can do multi-viewers internally.
So it has
so every
evolved
single
along the
board
way,
is able to
who has
support up
held
to
custody
3
of it,
independent,
and
unique
how it has finally come
multi-viewer
to.
heads.
So
each head is able to support up to
one of the
100
easiest sort of
windows.
ways that I can say the blockchain.
Will you need to use
this
all?
is,
Maybe not. Maybe you can
where
redesign the
something came
multi-viewer
from.
layout
Rupert
to
was
be
talking
16 or maybe 20. Up to you. The
one of
multi-viewers
the
are
first things that the
designed,
blockchain counters
allows you to design
is
the way that you
who
need it to be.
created it, or at least who laid first
And the one that's very
into it
important is that all
on the
bits are
blockchain.
non-blocking. So even though the multi-viewer may be coming out from board 1,
I'll give an
but
example that is
you
not
can
from
still
broadcast.
see the sources
But
that's coming in
has
on
everyone
board
heard of
5,
something
for
called
example.
GI tagging?
So totally
geographical indicators.
cost saving.
So
in terms of
you know what the difference between
multi-viewers
say
because you do not require
champagne
external
and
multi-viewers,
sparkling wine.
and it has a very high
Champagne comes from a
multi-viewer to
region in
input
France, right?
ratio. So if you think that each board is able to support up to 18 sources and 3 multi-viewer heads,
We escaped and got lost in a story.
Any IP that you
To feel connected.
Stanley.
To share moments.
Yeah. So say
Which we will remember forever. It's the most incredible thing in the world. For 75 years, we fueled the dreams of storytellers.
So it is a decentralized ledger system that allows you
The world might change, but we believe
every single time it
that change is the only constant.
place or a change of ownership takes place. So you know where it came from and who created it, which actually I see nothing. On the blockchain, with my provenance and my smart contract,
want to know from the creator.
me about how he's got a beautiful penthouse in Goa. Let's take an example. He's sitting here for 5. Pirates or whatever, you end of the day, theme parks want to sell you something, sell you a photograph. That here is a painting made by Angad. You buy a copy of this on a jacket which I'm
Ultrix. So I showed a chart earlier that was for the FR12,
their tribe is
some
there.
numbers
We
for the
find
FR5.
it less
so
visually appealing.
5RU versus 300,
which is
38
somewhat
pounds versus
photorealistic. It will be
1500 pounds,
buy that digital
1200 watts versus 17,000 watts. And all of these are significant savings. If you think about the amount of equipment that this used to take, it's right now compressed into a much smaller footprint. You have seen this slide for the FR12. And lastly, as I end off today's presentation, it's about
the couch
choice.
which Raj has bought from.
Hyperconverge may not be for everyone. Some people may have already a video router, or maybe you have a switcher that you already like. So what we offer inside of Ultrix, although it starts off as a video router, it is so much more today. If you look at the list on the screen, these are all the different kind of production and processing capability that we offer. Whether it's switcher, multi-viewer, distribution, frame syncs, all of that can be done. We have customers who get Ultrix just for multi-viewing because it is so much less expensive and less complicated versus getting multiple boxes of multi-viewer, standalone multi-viewers. Or maybe you just want standalone equipment. We still offer that over in Ross Video.
Yeah.
We have, right now we have launched at the show the new Carbonite Ultra 60, fully independent standalone switcher. Come take a look at it at our booth. Or processing cards. We developed the Open Gear platform that is still very well supported and widely adopted. So if you have processing cards from other manufacturers that you want to still continue to use, we still support it. If you have a throwdown box that you want to utilize, we still offer it. And so we recognize that depending on where you are in your production capability, your purchasing cycle, maybe hyperconverged may not be for you. But over here in Ross Video, what we want to do is to be able to say yes to our customers.
I was there.
Give them the choice to make what they feel is best
I read
for
those
their
coming, I couldn't understand.
facility, what works best for their workflow. So we are not saying that, oh, hyperconverge is definitely the way to go, but hyperconverge is one of the ways to go that we feel is efficient and cost-effective for our customers. So thank you for spending your time with me this afternoon. If you have any questions, we are located at booth C11, and feel free to join us, and we'll be happy to have a conversation with you on how we can improve your production workflow. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Any questions?
Then
okay, no questions.
We're also
Thank
doing
you
the
once
same
again
thing,
for the
which
very
I think I
informative
spoke yesterday a
presentation.
little bit on how.
I once again request Kavita Sharma from Nürnberg Messe to please hand over the memento to Aaron Char.
take it and right back to where it all started. Why are they bombing it? What's the difference? Issues. That's also a story. It may be a new story, but that's a modern story. We must know. We hear the news, but why is it happening? We don't know. Why is Ukraine being, bombed by Russians and vice versa? We don't know the real history or the real problems behind it, the real story behind it. We're using AR. Put it in a little capsule format and have it delivered to us. Law of motion, etc. Now you can actually see it being recreated, and as a story format, we can actually even make it a lot of a gamification process where we actually learn concepts through stories, gamification, much better than the one-dimensional studies we are doing right now. Trust me, I would have probably been a better student had we got all this at that time. I was a terrible student, but that's another story, another thing. But one of the most important things we've seen is getting into the story is like getting into somebody's head, and that's nice. The metaverse, new technologies all allow us to agree with the metaverse is not dead. It's just had a good shakeout, which it needed away, and the good stuff to build on that. All the stories, all the things we're talking about today are platform. Never possible before that. So I know Ganesh doesn't like the metaverse, but I think let's not call it the metaverse anyway. It's become the betterverse now. It's much better now. So I think the next time we see it, we'll enjoy it.
Thanks, Raj. There's one thing I wanted to tell which I forgot. See the old age. This is the old age problem. I'm not able to recollect. Sorry. So. By the time.
You have been saying a lot about augmented reality, virtual reality. I began my career in sales and marketing, and one of the most difficult things now, how does this kind of storytelling, all this technology, help to create company customized content, which is not only monetizable, but also it has got something hard-hitting, usable. Say for example, we can transport if we have a so you can't show a poor memory now.
I remembered what I wanted to tell, but I'll answer your question. Some time back, probably some 25 years back, you're talking about the sales stuff. So, art, okay. And the best part of selling is you should know when to bring your boss and when not to bring your boss. So what we did a very long time back is that we used that your sales calls gets more effective. So technology was used, and the storytelling is used in the sales training. Probably landed up with a wrong.
Yeah. No, what you're saying is right, own way, yes. I think there's a lot, like for example, in rural India, there's a huge wave of a consumer.
75 years ago,
more than urban areas.
We
You
escaped
actually gamify a lot of these processes
and got lost in a story.
You know what your ultimate aim is, and the end result has a reward or a motivation around that. And that
To feel connected. To share moments.
Okay. You always want to try and move to the next level or reach some sort of a
Which we will remember forever.
pretty addictive thing. Sales
It's the most incredible
has to
thing
have
in
a
the world.
created for sales. I'm
For
not saying
75
there's no
years,
silver bullet. Let
we
me tell you one thing.
fueled the dreams of storytellers.
Without the silver bullet, there are enablers. These are tools which we can use. We either can take a brick and make a wall, or we make bridges. These tools are all for us. In fact, we did a whole promo for one of the MNCs and created a game on the metaverse. Brand adoption and a 37% increase in sales of that product. All. They also have including a lot of immersive experiences. Are doing the same thing now. Flipkart is also but all enablers. We can all use the tools and try and make something better. At the end of the day, nothing replaces and the way we speak. Our native storytelling can never be replaced by technology. Sitting and vice versa. That's an immersive experience. That is something, a fantasy world. Now the same fantasy can be put technology. So immersive experiences, I have all right now. We're all actually doing that isn't state in any ways. So that's the same time now. That is real. That is real.
If I could just chime in real quick about immersive. Swim left, you can swim right, you can go, you can which means this entire experience there's a platform called Engage VR, and they do a lot of practice sales training, you can point and grade today. And for fire safety and training, we have done some exercises with both New York a standard video and they don't know what to do. But all they've realized is that if you can just reduce the reaction time, that where to walk to break that actual glass. What is the water level where it will affect your plug point? Situations like people don't even know how to use a fire extinguisher, just like how people didn't know how to use an oxygen cylinder during COVID. But just to
A salesperson who understands the sales pitch, and that's all they understand. So if I don't understand in a particular way, I can give my client or my the product versus somebody who's just being told what the benefits are. You throw the wrong question at that person who just knows what the benefits are, they're not logically give you the answers you need. So that is, I mean, the education part of
Thanks, Ganesh. Thanks all the panelists. Thanks for the interesting session. I'd like to call upon on stage I.K. Scholl. He's So we'll start with the next session. This is a case study.
Example picked, okay, I'm from Canada, so it's like ice hockey and ice dancing is pretty popular. So basically, you can have English, Hindi, Arabic, all saying the same thing. It's all about yellow and blue ice dancers, right? So there's a dancer concept, blue, and all of that. Now remember, you don't have any metadata logged for this, but what happens is that some of the large language models are trained to have the same semantic embedding, the same numbers for each of those languages, and any video that has something similar, or audio for that matter, will have similar numbers. So what's happening on the right-hand side is similar numbers clustered together in an n-dimensional space. Again, like I said, very difficult to imagine, but all it means is that you're replacing metadata with meaning, and meaning in different languages, different representation has the same numbers or similar numbers, so you can find them close together. This is the fundamental technology that is changing how people work with semantic information, with knowledge now. It's starting to think a little bit like you. Now, I'll show you how. We have some prototypes that will be shipping soon, and let me just show you, how does the user experience? What does that mean for you for your asset management folks, your editorial folks? There's a lot going on in this video, but first thing is look at I will be typing on the left-hand side, and what's happening on the right-hand side is there are images coming up, videos coming up. This is not a search anymore. It's actually understanding what I'm typing, and as it's understanding it, it's actually matching against clips against whom there was no metadata logged to find similar things. So in this case, it's Claudia Roth presenting Media Central Moments, a marketing video, right? It's actually finding content that matches that. So this is what we would call A-roll, right? Exact matches, but again, not metadata based. So what just happened is that you're no longer doing searches. Of course, you can type the same thing in a search bar, but similar to Google, you're just typing, making mistakes in your own language, but it understands what you want and presents the results. So that's the form of what we call semantic search, contextual search, meaning-based search. But you see this button B-roll next to it, and by the way, ignore the left-hand side right now. It's just in the video page. You'll see there's a B-roll. The B-roll is like background material that people, whether it's an editor, newsmaker, anybody, they like to
bring in background material. So I'll use the US President, Biden, is talking about inflation. All right, so Biden is talking about inflation. What would you actually look for? You would look for things like, a bank, somebody in the bank, somebody shopping, somebody complaining about prices and things like that. That's background material that you just want to put in while you have your A-roll about the main content. Because things are based on meaning, you can take the original description and expand the meaning. And underneath, that's what we're doing. We're expanding the meaning to find these type of recommendations of B-rolls. And that's what's happening. So suddenly, imagine the amount of time you're saving in just finding all the right content. It's suggesting it to you as you go along. This is a very important part, suggestions. This is not doing it for you, because I said, well, let's not give AI the control. Let it be the co-pilot, not the pilot flying the plane. You fly the plane, but it's suggesting things to you. So that's the concept over here of B-roll. But now I'll go further, because what our product designers did is try and stitch all of this together in, again, analyze where do we spend most of the time and produce results based on that. And remember I said speech to text before. So they use the same A.B.I.S engine that Media Composer everybody uses for our asset management UI. They said, okay, I have tons and tons of assets. I need to review. I would have to sit there and figure out who said what. It's a long documentary or whatever.
No. Okay.
Again,
yes.
why not generate speech to text?
It's really people who...
And then you probably do that with ChatGPT yourself. Summarize it. Summarize it at different levels. So now you take all this big content and start summarizing it so you can go through the content very quickly.
In my opinion,
huge
is
time savings
the last,
already.
most
Once you have the
creative
summarize, you
field.
can take that and say, with the speech to text, generate time code association and make it usable for editing and create markers on a timeline based on everything that you've generated.
In order
convert
to
it to multiple
garner,
languages, Japanese,
on
Hindi,
YouTube.
whatever, the same speech to text. Again, huge time savings just based on the semantic knowledge, speech to text knowledge. And the last example I'll show is in the editorial concept.
Not so long ago,
we've introduced a term called conversational editing. You just saw what was happening. People were typing. Okay, so that was a news story. But what about if you can tell the application, what do you do? What do you want to do? Rather than finding UI saying that, hey, let me, can you do this for me? Or how do I execute on this UI? How do I create a new sequence? Why not just ask the application to do things? This is the power of APIs. I always say, you can never have AI without APIs in your application to execute the decisions, under your control, of course. So in this particular case, what the product designer is doing is, again, a huge time-saving mechanism. Using semantic technologies, he's actually taken the speech-to-text, he commanded the ABIS to speech-to-text and said, take that content and now find the funny moments. Funny moments. This is not a search. This is what you would be doing, reviewing. Now, each time we've done it, it's actually given different answers for funny moments. It's been, what AI finds funny, maybe not what you find funny. But the way I like to put it is that if you have different assistants, they would have different sense of humor. So, it's basically giving a leg up in finding out all the right content. Keywords. And because it's got time code association and all of that, you can, what the designer's doing is take that and create subclips in the bin, and he's just typing all this stuff. This is in English, you can type it in Hindi, it understands the language, and fundamentally converts it into API commands, create subclips, and finally, you can just say, create an automatic edit out of that as a sequence. Just line them up. Suddenly you just saved tons and tons of time. This is about conversational editing using semantic, meaning-based methods to speed up your job working with different assets. So in conclusion, hopefully you can see that we showed that you can do your metadata logging, but you can enrich using AI. You can connect it up so that you can expand meaning and draw from multiple sources. Then we can actually give it semantic understanding. And finally, I painted a picture of how we believe UI, UX for applications will be changing into something called conversational editing, conversational mixing for Pro Tools. We have examples with Pro Tools as well, where we can actually set up mixes and execute commands. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the audience? No. You have a question?
The first tool that we have is called Music Stem.
Yeah, she's getting the mic.
Hi, Shailendra.
The vocals,
this is not really a question per se, because I understand this was a very technical Hello, hi, can you hear me? Yes. Since this was a very technical seminar, I thought I'd share with the audience here that AVID and media composers are widely used across newsrooms. And because I've used it myself in one such newsroom, I'd like for you to tell the audience how important newsrooms are actually banking on AVID and media composers. If you could just take 2 minutes to tell the audience, because what you said was very technical, but I'd also like for them to know that how much we have banked on AVID and media composers. That would be interesting for them to know. If you could please take... Yes, how AVID is, how newsrooms are heavily dependent on AVID.
Sorry. Yeah. Media Composer is about storytelling.
In many ways.
And when you talk about telling news stories,
is it the mood?
That's one of the primary things that you do. Basically, the video that goes with the journalists capturing content. But Media Composer is also connected up with the back-end systems where stories are produced and a full automation system. So you can literally do what we call edit while capture, send to playback, while things are actually like breaking news that's coming in. Stories are being filed, quick edits are being done. Literally, you're ingesting content while you've made edit decisions and sending them out. You're sending it to play out, so like frame chase type of material. So it's been a long-standing sort of a workflow for newsroom connected up with iNews and other back-end asset management systems. And iNews has been basically the rundown system, so it controls where what gets played out. But that's where we also keep all the association between the stories and the video sequences as well. So now you can see. You would not, all of this is exposed in UI form in Media Composer, but also now in Media Central Cloud UX. But what we're talking about now with AI is also just a fast association and drawing more information very, very quickly for a lot more automated, even news gathering and just journalistic output. But we still want to give control to you. There's still somebody reviewing this.
From personal experience, I'd like to share that if the AVID is down, if the system is down in the newsroom, the entire newsroom comes to a halt. I can tell you.
Let's make that very rare when it's down.
And it's very rare, actually. Yes,
yeah,
it's very rare. But we're so heavily dependent on AVID and playback, and they're also interconnected. The moment there is breaking news that comes in, and it goes into your system, and it goes onto our screens, the whole process is so interesting. But without AVID, we'd be nothing in the newsroom. So thank you for sharing that.
No, thank you. And our systems are based on trust, that our customers can trust us. And trust is basically, we call it almost like it's like a factory. It has to continue working day in, day out. So a lot of our engineering, apart from making sure people can be creative what they're doing, is also to be absolutely robust. So you can count on it day in, day out, 24/7. Thank you.
And what you
Shailendra, myself Biju, is this conversational editing, is it just a wish list or is it in the pipeline, and so what's the time frame to roll out, and what all languages you can cover, do you expect to cover? Thank you.
Yeah, a very good question, because sometimes it gets very confusing. What's a pie-in-the-sky vision and what's real? In larger presentations, what I talk about, first of all, is a framework that we have at AVID, which is we do have research and advanced development, what I call a RAD lab, where first we start off with research, and some of like the knowledge graph stuff that I showed you, that's at the research stage. We have maybe a couple of prototypes we're showing internally. The research we share in conferences and with collaborators and partners, but we're very open about that. Then we develop proof of concepts. Proof of concepts is what it's in the context of the application. The conversational editing part right now is in that proof of concept stage. It is, we're showing it. We showed it at IBC, at the Cube booth as well, and there are a couple of other places. We're actually showing it right now. The goal behind that is to get feedback. Like right now, I'm still not 100% happy with every single thing that's going on. But I don't know how many, I'm saying multiple languages, but in India, I mean, languages, dialects, we need to know what else needs to work. So it's in the proof of concept stage. The productization, some of what I showed, like the semantic, the speech to text work in Media Composer, where you can use it for searches, you can use it for phrase find, export captions, that's all real. That's, even that though, we're calling it public preview. Even though you have it available, we still want to get feedback on this. In all of this, at each stage, what we're looking for is collaboration and feedback as we make it more and more robust. So yeah, the conversational editing part is more proof of concept. We'd love your opinion on it, and where else can we take it? We're looking for ideas. Oh, and by the way, I'm a technologist, officer, so I get to dream a little bit, more than the product managers who have to count on, oh, ship it now.
Hello, my name is Meenakshi Singhvi. My question is regarding, as you said, all your video speech is converted into text before using it as a metadata. So I just want to know what is the accuracy of that conversion, and is it being used for subtitling or captioning purpose also, the same software which you are using for this purpose? Thank you.
So first of all, in the speech to text, we actually give some accuracy scores as well. I will not claim that this is like 100% accurate. There are times, like I said, creative in the loop, we still need to make sure that things are correct. What we've released also, we're just discovering that the speech to text for searches, it doesn't have to be that accurate, because searches are a lot more forgiving in what you need to do, what you're finding. But then using it for captions and other purposes, just like you need your QC department and everybody else to go and make sure that there's an accuracy, we need to make it, and some of that is POC, proof of concept, but what based on some of the feedback we already got in the last 1 month since we released it, we already discovered that we need to take the model, and we have a method of making it more accurate, but at the cost of computation. Those are the fine-tunings that we're going to be doing. That I believe will be fundamental. Like I've tried it in Hindi myself too, and like at the lowest model, it's good enough for, like I said, for searches. But speech to text, by changing it, it's like, aha, this is becoming even better. Something else that we realized is that so some of the speech to text models are installed locally with the application. Right? No internet calls, no nothing. But that comes at a cost, because your desktop is only just as powerful, and the model sizes and what you can work with is only just as powerful. A lot of people are reluctant to go to the cloud and making calls. Even in this case, I'm not even sending all the content, part of the content audio only, but the fact is, it is actually way more accurate with some of the cloud services. Having said that, that's accuracy. It may not mean that they have the full coverage, because we have also discovered that some of, again, the dialects in India, that keeps coming up. And in Europe, by the way, the funniest thing is that the first thing people ask is, do you support Finnish? Why Finnish? Because everybody forgets about the Finns. That's the big joke over there. But it is important over there, because just like you guys over here, you target multiple audiences. So we just need to make sure that it's accurate and also all-encompassing for all the popular languages. So you can try it out actually on the Avid booth. You can see some of the content coming out. We can show you some example clips. And it's, I would say, above 80, 90% accurate. There are other times when, and by the way, we also do things like background removal. So this is not just like straight out of the AI model. We have to do things like voice activity detection. There's a lot of pre-processing, post-processing we to do just to make sure that we're getting the right information. So that's why the results can vary depending on how noisy it is, how clean the content is.
Including all the
Thank
four destinations,
Yes.
then will your software help us for the background?
Okay. Thank you, Shailendra. Thank you for those wonderful insights. We
This is
break
your
for lunch now, and we shall gather here at 2 p.m. Thank you.
I'm in this business for the last But when you are on our platform, you create a project. Put it up on YouTube, and YouTube sends you a only accepts global licenses. So business, you know very well that music is sub-licensed territory by territory. Content ID doesn't license, they remove the flag.
Yeah, situation. Can we take poetry through the ages? Used for the advertising and the market promotion work.
Yeah, there are two parts to the answer. In some countries, 70 years after their death, after which it falls into the public domain. You can use a Shakespeare world and for duration of copyright. You for perpetuity or for the whole duration of copyright, and you can leave them years.
75 years ago, we escaped and got lost in a story. To feel connected. To share moments. Which we will remember forever. It's the most incredible thing in the world. For 75 years, we fueled the dreams of storytellers. The world might change, but we believe that change is the only constant.
af@singmama.com. Yeah, af@singmama.com.
With time, we have adapted and committed to our legacy of investing in storytelling. Dreaming big and aiming high. Constantly striving to serve. A dedicated team whose vision is to be a global leader and enabler of audio-visual craft and creative solutions. An extraordinary team whose combined mission is to unlock, inspire, and nurture the imagination of storytellers.
Innovation.
Customer centricity. Dependability.
Courage. Integrity.
Creative excellence.
Learning and empowering.
Entrepreneurial mindset.
To a new beginning. to new adventures, to creating a unique path. We are just getting started.
Hier trifft Leidenschaft auf die Trends der Zukunft.
75 years ago, we escaped and got lost in a story. To feel connected. To share moments. Which we will remember forever. It's the most incredible thing in the world. For 75 years, we fueled the dreams of storytellers. The world might change, but we believe that change is the only constant. With time, we have adapted and committed to our legacy of investing in storytelling.
Has been the C300 Mark III. And I absolutely love that camera, okay? It's got a great dynamic range, it's got beautiful colors, inbuilt ND filters, gives me 4K 10-bit raw output, even at 120 FPS. So overall, a great camera for me. Now the question in all your minds would be that, where does the Canon EOS R5C, and more importantly, I feel, how does it fit into her workflow, right? Well, it fits perfectly in, and I'll tell you how. I'm one of those few who dabble both in photography and filmmaking. So I need a camera that can do justice to both these fields. And in the EOS R5C, with just a flick of a switch, I moved from a professional 45 megapixel photo setup to a professional 8K video setup with all the dedicated interface, features, and controls that pro filmmakers need. Now, what I really love about the R5C is that it can give me 8K RAW. That too at 12-bit, at 60p with an external power supply, and at 8K 30p using internal camera batteries. Now, 8K for me is really beneficial because in wildlife, most of the time what happens is that your subject is quite far away. Like for instance, over here, we are filming a documentary in Javai in Rajasthan on the leopards. And the leopards are very shy. They're one of the most elusive animals among the big cats. So they inhabit these granite hills, which when you stand in the Jeep on the road is quite far away. So in terms of getting decent close-ups, it becomes challenging even when you have a great focal length lens. So I was using the Canon EF600 over here, mounted on my R5C, and I was filming in 8K. Now, actually the advantage and the flexibility that I get when I film in 8K is that I can crop out a 4K image from an 8K master. And I'll show you how. So this is the output in 8K that we were filming. So there was this mother with 2 cubs. Her name is Zia. Okay, she's one of the most famous leopardess in Javai. And you crop, and this is how your 4K frame looks like. There's absolutely zero loss of quality. And when it comes to filming in 8K is also that I can just shoot one take, and I know that I can make multiple camera movements in post, be it zoom, be it pan. Okay, I can also stabilize my footage very easily. And stabilization does come into play when it comes to filming in wildlife, because we usually film from a Jeep, and even though we're using heavy-duty tripods and big lenses and heavy cameras, What happens is that even when we breathe, the gypsy shakes. So you have minor vibrations on the corners of the frame almost every single time. And when I give my films for television, for broadcast airing, that's not okay. So that stabilization, flexibility that I get when I shoot in 8K is extremely important for me. And also, with the R5C, it gives me an 8K output. I can also get an oversampled 4K. And all my films are delivered in 4K because that's the norm when it comes to delivering in broadcast. So the quality of that oversampled 4K when I'm shooting in 8K is much better than when I shoot a footage that's natively shot in 4K. And of course, I can get close-ups from the 8K master. This is also of the leopard, but from a different location. This is not from Jawai, but this is from Jalana in Rajasthan. And there the leopards are very, very bold. Okay, that's one big advantage when you're filming in Jalana in Rajasthan, is that there's one particular leopard who is a male whom we are following, and he is so bold that he comes very close. So even on a 600 EF glass, I get amazing close-ups, and that 8K advantage is obviously pushing the limit. And of course, the R5C gives me Canon C-Log 3, which I can get beautifully color-graded videos. And the color output is fantastic on the R5C. I absolutely love that. And when it also comes to filming wildlife and even documentaries for that matter, we get the AF technology of the camera really helps. So although my C300 Mark III is like my workhorse camera, the R5C has become like a second camera to the C300 Mark III on all my blue chip natural history shoots. And we've also shot an investigative documentary with the R5C as the main camera. So in this, we've traveled all across India and into Southeast Asia, tracking wildlife crime. So I really enjoyed using the R5C as the main camera on this because one, with the dual pixel CMOS AF, the still photography AF technology is awesome. And when it comes to even the video setup, the EOS ITR AFX, be it face tracking, be it eye AF detection, all of that works on point. And over here, we filmed this entire sequence handheld. So with the electronic IS and combined with the EOS ITR AF, we got really stable footage. And we got that typical documentary feel. And over here, although it was crowded, the camera maintained its focus on my face almost throughout the shoot. It did a fantastic job, in fact. And we were filming, we literally put this camera through the toughest of conditions, filming at night. We kept the camera running almost throughout the day because at the end we are tracking people who are doing illegal wildlife trade. So it becomes really difficult to switch off your camera because you never know which moment might present itself or when that big explosive content you can get. And of course, it's very easy to mount this camera on a gimbal. And for me, that was a very big advantage because when you're filming animals, even in my blue chip shoots, in wildlife, the budgets are less. So with the best possible use, we mounted the R5C on a Ronin RS3 Pro gimbal, and then we could film in 8K, amazing footage of wildlife, be it deers, be it nilgai, be it leopards as well on gimbals, and that was fantastic. And coming to the dynamic range of this camera. Now I have, shot in extreme harsh condition in terms of lighting. So we were in Kerala for this particular shoot, and it was mid-afternoon, around 12-ish. And even at that point, be it the colors and the details, both in the highlight and in the shadow area, were great on the R5C. So you can see the footage here. It's a small portion of the Kerala shoot. So we were filming with the forest department who have been working to protect the Indian star tortoise, and they've actually built an entire rehabilitation center for this one particular reptile in Kerala. And it's the only one-of-a-kind rehab centers dedicated for this reptile in Kerala. And in fact, the whole of India, I would say. So at 12 o'clock, typically you think it's harsh light, very harsh highlights, dark shadows. But with the R5C, it delivered on point. It covered details in both the highlights and in the shadows for that matter. And when it also comes to wildlife, and in cameras especially, most of the cameras nowadays are giving 4K 120 FPS, right? But real-time audio recording at that 120 FPS can become difficult, but not on the R5C. And that's something that I find really advantageous in this camera, is because you can't replicate the sounds that you get on the ground, on the field when you're filming in a studio. That's not possible. So it's very important that I'm able to film the sound in real time and sync it with my videos as and when I'm filming. So on the R5C, even when I'm shooting at 4K at 120 FPS, I know that I can get real-time audio as well. And so over here, you can hear the flamingos actually calling. This was shot in Mumbai. And usually the habit of these flamingos is that before they take off, the entire flock makes a sound and they all start calling together. So that synchronized sound, I wanted to capture that as well as the flight in slow motion. And the R5C actually enabled me to do that. And of course, coming back to the AF technology, even when it comes to wildlife or when it comes to shooting people, the IAF and the EOS ITR AFX works great. I'm able to track the eye of the animal and not lose focus even when there is disturbances in the foreground. There's also a manual focus indicator on this camera, and that I find really useful, because although the display of this camera is small, but with the manual focus indicator, I know the focus that I've achieved is point on, and it has focus peaking as well. So all in all, for me, using the R5C has been it's become like my perfect mirrorless hybrid camera for a person like me, because I dabble both in filmmaking and in photography, and I can't wait to use this on multiple upcoming projects as well of mine. And one, I'd like to end it with the thought that when it comes to wildlife, there are no second chances. There is no retake. So you need a camera that can ensure that you're able to capture all the action in real time and also capture it when it's happening. Because I can't once tell the animal that, look, the light over here is not good, you can't walk down this road, you need to come from an X path because I'm having dappled golden light there. That does not work. Okay, the animal is not a film superstar to obey to my commands. I have to basically listen to what the animal does and frame my shots accordingly. So having a camera that can deliver and ensure that every shot of mine is a wow shot is a big, big bonus. And both the C300 Mark III and the Canon EOS R5C, both of them have ensured that on all my wildlife shoots or even my documentary shoots, these cameras have never ever let me down. And it's a pleasure to go with them actually every time I enter the jungle, because I never know which moment is waiting for me. But I know for sure that I have a camera that can capture it at the best possible way. Thank you so much.
क्या करो? ये फिल्म नहीं है, स्टिल्स है, फोटोज है. अच्छा, ऑडियो. My heart and my check. मैं कर लूँ. I'll do it. I'm standing here. Check. Am I audible? Okay, perfect. So very good afternoon, everyone, and a very warm welcome on behalf of Canon India. So let me introduce myself first. My name is Nitin Arora, and by profession, I am a professional photographer, a filmmaker, a YouTuber, and a podcaster. We have recently started our podcast channel, and I do a lot of workshops and education as well. Apart from all this, I have recently got into podcasting, which is by the name of Ved FM. And today the reason why I'm here is because I'm not talking much about myself today, because आज का हीरो कोई और होने वाला है, and that's Canon R5C. Canon R5C की बात करें तो मेरी जर्नी Canon R5C के साथ पिछले साल ही शुरू हुई when the camera was launched. And before that, I'm just going to give you a little brief about my journey. So it's been almost 13 years that I've been into this industry of weddings. And I started my career in 2010 as a wedding photographer. And I run my company by the name of Nitin Arora Photography. We are based in Gurgaon, but we are capturing all over the world. And I started my journey with DSLRs. Then I switched my entire ecosystem in 2019 to mirrorless, when the EOS R was launched and R6 also came. And then very recently I switched to Canon R5C. And the reason I switched to cinema cameras is because I saw majorly 3 or 4 reasons when I talk about why I switched to Canon R5C. You know, when you are in weddings, everybody knows that it's a very challenging genre. And you need to keep evolving yourself, keep adapting yourself with the technology, because every time you meet your clients, you meet your couples, they always say, kuch unique karna hai. How many of you have experienced that, when your client says, even if you are a commercial photographer, or how many of, any wedding photographers in the house? Oh, perfect. So, clients kehte hain, kuch naya karna hai, kuch unique karna hai. Hota hai, every time you meet a new client, they say, हमें कुछ नया चाहिए, right? And वो नया करने के लिए you have to evolve with the technology. You have to keep adapting yourself with different trends. You have to be very creative. So there were 4 major reasons why I switched to Canon R5C. One was that obviously because we keep shooting for very long duration, and the reason for me switching to mirrorless was also because I wanted lightweight and compact bodies. And when I asked Canon team, why R5C, is when I realized that it's a very lightweight body. How many of you have seen R5C? Anybody? Perfect. So if you've seen that body, it's almost like R5, right? Just that this fan has been added and the video menu system is entirely changed because it's a cinema camera. And other than that, the entire still menu, everything is almost the same. And fan is obviously for the internal cooling system. So lightweight body, compact body, easy to carry in weddings. Second reason was because I was looking for a camera which is hybrid. Everybody knows what hybrid means, right? Hybrid. So being a photographer in weddings especially, you also have to do videos, right? And I'm sure you all will agree. So I wanted a camera which can do both stills and video. If I talk about R5C, it does stills on 45 megapixel resolution. And if I talk about videos, 4K, 8K, you talk about anything and you get it, right? That too, one thing which I really like the most is that when you talk about R5C and weddings together, you know how important is sound. right? And these days, if you see wedding videos, sound is very, very important because we use, as filmmakers, we use sound, ambience noise a lot in our wedding films. So in R5C, you get 120 FPS by using SNF clip along with the wave file, that is an audio file which you can use even if you're shooting a slow motion, right? So that was one of the major reason again we switched, and obviously the quality 4K, 8K, talking about 45 megapixel resolution in stills. So I've talked enough, and I think now it's time that I should show what we have created and what we have done with R5C. So this film is very close to our heart. I'll just give you a little brief about this film. This film is called A.B.I.S, right? So you must be thinking that's the reason I'm wearing this love, prem, right? So today's topic is actually all about A.B.I.S, and this film is about two characters, which is Ganga and Kashi. And they're actually trying to find love in the city of Banaras through their spiritual connect. So let me not spill the beans more and let me just show you the film, and then you guys decide. You know, okay, one thing that it's a very uncanny thing that whosoever we have, showed this film to, they have come up with their very different stories. So मुझे चाहिए कि आज आप लोग जब ये फिल्म देखें तो आज आप अपनी एक कहानी यहाँ से इस फिल्म को देखकर लेके जाएं. And I'll be very happy if you guys after the show will share with me that what you have got through this film. Is this okay? I am available after this session also, so you can speak to me, right? Okay.
बनारस के शहर में काशी, एक अल्हड़ जवान लड़का ख्वाबों से भरा हुआ दुनिया से एक रंज लिए अपने दिल में बैठा। भगीरथी और बनारस की छाया में पली बड़ी बनारस की गंगा, जो दुनिया के सारे भेद दिल में छुपाए रखती है। काशी उसको अपने सपनों में पाता था, उसकी राहों में खुद को, उसकी बाहों में खुद को पाता था। रात के साए में सपनों की उनकी दुनिया में गंगा ने काशी को मोहब्बत की कहानी सुनाई। अपनी मोहब्बत में दोनों का ऐसा खो जाना कि दोनों एक हो जाएं। सपनों की कहानी उसे बाहर खुले आसमान के नीचे। किसी रोज काशी ने भरी भीड़ में अपने सपने को चलते हुए देखा। गंगा को उसने देखा, ख्वाबों में बसी उनकी कहानी को असलियत के रख दी। उसके कदमों से कदम मिलाए उसने उसके हाथों की लकीरों का पीछा किया। बनारस की गलियों में खुद को पाया। गलियों, मंदिर, गंगा किनारे उनके मोहब्बत का एहसास सा छा रहा था।
हर गंगे, हर गंगे, हर गंगे।
बनारस उनके इश्क का आंगन बन गया, जहां किसी पेड़ के तले पूरी दुनिया भूल के बस एक दूसरे के रह जाते थे। दुनिया की माया भूल के गंगा भी काशी की मोहब्बत में झूम उठी। एक दूसरे में बनारस और गंगा में पाते हैं। कभी हथेलियां एक दूसरे का पीछा कर रही थी गलियों में, तो कभी एक दूसरे के कदम गलियों को तराशते हुए थकते नहीं थे। काशी और गंगा जैसे एक यात्रा की शुरुआत पे निकले हों साथ में। ये कहानी उस मोहब्बत की है जो सदियों से इस शहर में लिखी गई है और आगे भी लिखी जाएगी। जहां बनारस का दिल धड़कता है दुनिया में, वहां काशी और गंगा का दिल धड़कता है बनारस में। नित्या सर्वदा अनंता बनारस, मोहब्बत का शहर।
थैंक यू सो मच। आई होप कि यहाँ पर आप सबको इस फिल्म को देखकर आपकी कहानी ज़रूर मिली होगी। एंड लाइक आई सेड, आई वुड डेफिनेटली लाइक टू स्पीक टू यू ऑल after this session. But without wasting much of time, I would just like to tell you that this film has been shot on Canon Log 3. इसको हमने FCP में grade किया है, and थोड़ा सा Da Vinci में भी we have taken a little bit of color grading process. Also, this has been shot on XF AVC 10-bit. So if in case somebody wanted to know this information, that's what it is. And without wasting much of time, I'm going to show you how we have shot this entire film. So this is behind the scene of what you've just seen. Banaras, a place in India that has always captivated my heart and my soul.
कहते हैं ना, पहले आप बनारस में घूमते हैं और फिर बनारस आप में घूमता है।
Hi, my name is Nitin Arora. I'm a photographer and filmmaker. Through the lens of my camera and the magic of cinema, I breathe life into stories.
Hi guys, my name is Shania Arora. I'm a storyteller. I do not like to label myself by calling a photographer or a filmmaker. I see stories, I curate stories, and I film stories.
चंदन, कैरेक्टर में रहना है, angry.
So making films with actors are super easy, but working with real couples, that's a different story. And as we explored our options, it was as if destiny pointed us in one direction, and that was Banaras.
Filming in Banaras was quite difficult because the weather was extremely hot.
We carefully developed the characters of Ganga and Kashi who live in Varanasi. We dressed and styled them in a way that matched their personalities.
A compelling story is not just about having characters and location, it's the right equipment and knowledge that truly bring it to life. So today we are taking you behind the scenes of an extraordinary love story shot in the heart of Banaras. With the Canon R5C as our guide, we captured moments in astonishing clarity. 8K RAW and 4K at 120 frames per second. By the way, R5C is also recognized by Netflix, so this camera is actually our passport to professional storytelling. India, with the tough climatic conditions and variety of skin tones, throws biggest challenges to both places and people. The 14 stops with Canon Log 3 was magic. But with the Canon R5C's 422 10-bit, we embarked on an artistic journey like never before. The real magic happened in post-production. The Canon Log 3 turned our love story into a cinematic masterpiece.
We were shooting in 44 degrees and 90% humidity. Now you must be wondering, how did the camera hold up in these conditions? Well, here is where the internal cooling system of the Canon R5C stepped in. Whether it was capturing ethereal night aarti or blending the magic of early mornings.
One thing that often keeps us on the edge during shoots is the constant battery changing. But the R5C changed the game for us. It comes with the Type-C input option where you can plug in industry recommended power bank by enjoying a 3 hours plus power backup within one power bank. We only had to invest less than 4,000. That's it. The 45 megapixel full frame married with a cinema sensor has taken my photography to the next level. Thanks to the hybrid model of this cinema camera making both my video and stills world class.
Because we were creating a short film, we had specific shots that needed to be taken in low light conditions. Technically, we were filming Kashi shots. The light was fading gradually. And when it was time to film Ganga shot, it was almost dark. We were super concerned about how we would capture these shots, but the Canon R5C came to our rescue.
So when we decided on Banaras, we realized that this narration was very crucial. We needed a voice that resonated with Kashi's essence. That's how we met Farheed.
Banaras, mohabbat ka shehar. That's how we started our journey, and it meant a lot for me to be Kashi's first voice. To get Kashi's unique voice, I had to make my own voice a little rough around the edges.
So together we have uncovered the art of crafting a spellbinding film in the heart of Banaras. With the Canon R5C as our companion, we literally captured stories that transcend time. So guys, before I end this session, I would just like to thank my entire team, entire crew. There are two people in the room who are very special for this film. One is Shania Arora, who is my partner, my wife, and the director for this film. And that's Gaurav Markan from Canon, who has been here and who have helped us through this entire journey of Mohabbat-e-Banaras. So thank you so much. Thanks to you guys. Thank you, Shalini from Canon again. Thank you, Pooja, and the entire team who is sitting here. Sana, who has actually trained me to, operate this camera. So thank you so much, and I hope you guys find something eternal by the end of the day. And I would like to say, hence, Nitya, Sarvada, and Ananta. Thank you.
Trifft Leidenschaft auf die Trends der Zukunft.
75 years ago, we escaped and got lost in a story. To feel connected. To share moments. Which we will remember forever. It's the most incredible thing in the world. For 75 years, we fueled the dreams of storytellers. The world might change, but we believe that change is the only constant. With time, we have adapted and committed to our legacy of investing in storytelling. Dreaming big and aiming high. Constantly striving to serve. A dedicated team whose vision is to be a global leader and enabler of audio-visual craft and creative solutions. An extraordinary team whose combined mission is to unlock, inspire, and nurture the imagination of storytellers.
Innovation.
Customer centricity. Dependability.
Courage. Integrity.
Creative excellence.
Learning and empowering.
Entrepreneurial mindset.
To a new beginning. To new adventures. To creating a unique path. We are just getting started.
trifft Leidenschaft auf die Trends der Zukunft.
"75 years ago, we escaped and got lost in a story. feel connected. To share moments. Which we will remember forever. It's the most incredible thing in the world. For 75 years, we fueled the dreams of storytellers. The world might change, but we believe that change is the only constant. With time, we have adapted and committed to our legacy of investing in storytelling. Dreaming big and aiming high. Constantly striving to serve. A dedicated team whose vision is to be a global leader and enabler of audio-visual craft and creative solutions. An extraordinary team whose combined mission is to unlock, inspire, and nurture the imagination of storytellers.
Innovation,
Customer centricity, dependability,
courage, integrity,
creative excellence,
learning and empowering.
entrepreneurial mindset.
To a new beginning. To new adventures. To creating a unique path. We are just getting started.
Leidenschaft auf die Trends der Zukunft.
"75 years ago, we escaped and got lost in a story. to feel connected. To share moments. Which we will remember forever. It's the most incredible thing in the world. For 75 years, we fueled the dreams of storytellers. The world might change, but we believe that change is the only constant. With time, we have adapted and committed to our legacy of investing in storytelling. Dreaming big and aiming high. Constantly striving to serve. A dedicated team whose vision is to be a global leader and enabler of audio-visual craft and creative solutions. An extraordinary team whose combined mission is to unlock, inspire, and nurture the imagination of storytellers.
Innovation,
Customer centricity, dependability,
courage, integrity,
creative excellence,
learning and empowering.
entrepreneurial mindset.
To a new beginning. To new adventures. To creating a unique path. We are just getting started.
Leidenschaft auf die Trends der Zukunft.
"75 years ago, we escaped and got lost in a story. to feel connected. To share moments. Which we will remember forever. It's the most incredible thing in the world. For 75 years, we fueled the dreams of storytellers. The world might change, but we believe that change is the only constant. With time, we have adapted and committed to our legacy of investing in storytelling. Dreaming big and aiming high. Constantly striving to serve. A dedicated team whose vision is to be a global leader and enabler of audio-visual craft and creative solutions. An extraordinary team whose combined mission is to unlock, inspire, and nurture the imagination of storytellers.
Innovation.
Customer centricity. Dependability.
Courage. Integrity.
Creative excellence.
Learning and empowering.
Entrepreneurial mindset.
To a new beginning. To new adventures. To creating a unique path. We are just getting started.
auf die Trends der Zukunft.
"75 years ago, we escaped and got lost in a story. to feel connected. To share moments. Which we will remember forever. It's the most incredible thing in the world. For 75 years, we fueled the dreams of storytellers. The world might change, but we believe that change is the only constant. With time, we have adapted and committed to our legacy of investing in storytelling. Dreaming big and aiming high. Constantly striving to serve. A dedicated team whose vision is to be a global leader and enabler of audio-visual craft and creative solutions. An extraordinary team whose combined mission is to unlock, inspire, and nurture the imagination of storytellers.
Innovation.
Customer centricity.
Dependability.
Courage. Integrity.
Creative excellence.
Learning and empowering.
Entrepreneurial mindset.
To a new beginning. To new adventures. To creating a unique path. We are just getting started.
auf die Trends der Zukunft.
Frame.io. Real-time review and approval, accelerated file sharing, and camera to cloud. We've set the standard for world-class video collaboration in the cloud, and we're about to do it again. Frame.io, now optimized for stills. Introducing the first stills to cloud workflow. With Fujifilm X-H2 and X-H2S cameras, raw images are automatically uploaded into Frame.io, so your entire team can begin working. Unlock an entirely new workflow with Frame.io, now integrated into Capture One. Photographers and studios worldwide can seamlessly transition from photo shoot to creative, regardless of their location. And for the first time ever, shoot raw photos directly to the cloud, tether-free. With Fujifilm and Frame.io Camera to Cloud, shoot raw photos without a hard line and deliver them directly to remote collaborators, anywhere in the world. From Capture One, save your results back to Frame.io. Every time you publish, Stills will automatically preserve history by stacking updated assets atop the originals. Frame.io is enhancing workflow for creatives everywhere with brand new features for stills and prints. Version stack Illustrator, InDesign, and Photoshop files. View unlimited annotations on still images and PDFs, individually or all together. Quickly swipe between images and PDFs and compare any two assets in the new side-by-side stills viewer. Our review and approval tools make collaboration across marketing, e-commerce, and branded content move at the pace your team creates. And now, Fujifilm X-H2S shoots video directly into Frame.io, all from within the camera, perfectly linking your video and photography teams together. With Fujifilm, Capture One, and Frame.io, time is no longer a boundary to your creative workflow. Unify all of your photo and video workflows onto a single seamless platform, making delivery of your content effortless.
So that's the latest addition to Camera to Cloud. Of course, we started Camera to Cloud 2 years back when our team in Frame.io started working on how to collaborate and get access to the assets as soon as those are created, whether those are from the cameras, video cameras, or sorry, let me just stop this. It's a YouTube video, so it continues going through that. Sorry for that. When we started working with this, it started with, of course, with the video to start with. I'll show you a small video from one of my colleagues which just presented at IBC last month. And we started adding more and more products and more workflows for that. Right now, 2 of my colleagues are already shooting this, and when if I go to my Frame.io, I should be able to see those footages coming into my Frame.io accounts here. Of course, we'll go to the demo later on, but they are shooting and sending me the files right away while we are talking. We are presenting here at the event. Let's see one more presentation before we jump into actual demo. This was done recently at IBC last month.
Singh, who is founder, chairman, and CEO, Mobius Film.
First, we know that by the year 2031, all media workflows are going to move to the cloud. That's video, images, audio, all of those workflows are going to move into the cloud. All the assets we create will be born in the cloud, we'll access all of our assets from the cloud, and all of our tools are going to be there. In fact, we've seen the same evolution before in other ways of working, right? Just like documentation. The same thing's going to happen to media. Of course, it's going to take a little bit longer, but the same evolution is going to happen. The question isn't if it's going to happen or when it's going to happen. The question is, how do we actually get ourselves there? In 2021, we launched Camera to Cloud. We launched it as an on-ramp to cloud workflow, as a way to get your assets into the cloud today. And we launched it in a form that we call external proxy upload. Now what that means is there's an external device that connects to your camera, creates a proxy in real time, and then uploads that to Frame.io. Now we did that because most cameras today can't actually connect to the cloud. So we built that as a stepping stone for these cameras to connect into the cloud. As we move closer to the year 2031, we have more technological advancements in cameras and in networking. all of that will become more streamlined, right? It'll move inside the camera. Cameras will move from uploading proxies to uploading camera originals until finally cameras will see the cloud as their primary destination for writing media. Now, obviously that's a few years away. So with the external proxy upload, we're setting the foundation for those workflows. We can begin working in that way with the tools that we have today. Now, that poses a separate question. Why are we doing this? What is the point? What do we get out of it? Well, if you have access to your asset immediately after shooting it, that certainly saves a lot of time. But that's not necessarily what we're looking at, right? What we're really looking at is what those time savings actually unlock. And it's not just about moving quickly, right? It's about getting access to those assets. Because not only can we move them quickly, but we can put them in a place where everyone who needs to access them can access them. People who need to work on the content can start working on it, and we start to open up doors to workflow that we didn't really have before, right? We have assets that can go to stakeholders for review. We have assets that can go to things like transcription or VFX. We have assets we can send straight to editorial for them to start working. The idea is we can clear the way for these creatives to work on what they actually need to do, which is being creative. So what actually is Camera to Cloud? As you may have seen on the last slide, Camera Cloud is not any one workflow. We have several partners that integrate with Frame.io, and what that creates is an ecosystem of integrations that you can use to enable all of those workflows, because once we get that asset in a central location, you can build workflow on top of that. So what does that actually look like?
I feel. So essentially to express
Camera to Cloud
yourself,
is a set of APIs that allows the device to talk directly to Frame.io. There's no person in between, there's no app in between, no computer in between. That device can speak directly to Frame.io. And what that means is that device can upload the asset it creates straight to Frame. So if, for example, I had a stills camera that shoots JPEG files, I'll shoot a JPEG, and that JPEG shows up on Frame, because that's the asset that it creates. Alternatively, if I had a cinema camera that creates raw video, I shoot, that raw video shows up on Frame.io, because that's the asset that that device creates. Now, if we look at these two flowcharts, we can tell that they're more or less identical, right? But they're two completely different workflows, right? Handled by two completely different teams, use completely different tools, have two completely different sets of deliverables, but the experience of that flow, that data flow, is exactly the same. Camera to Cloud is asset agnostic. These devices upload the assets they create. No matter what asset that is, being able to find that asset, figure out where it came from, and know where it goes is going to be the same. So let's look at another example really quick. Let's say I have a cinema camera that maybe doesn't have a native integration to Frame.io, or maybe I don't have the bandwidth to be able to upload the raw video to Frame.io from where I'm shooting. That's where devices like the external proxy encoders can come in handy. So what I would do is I would connect that encoder to my camera, have it create a proxy in real time, then now that's my Camera Cloud device, so that proxy file gets uploaded to Frame. Again, it uploads the asset it creates, but in this case it's a proxy file, usually an MP4. Now again, we have a third flowchart here that looks very, very similar to the other two, but again is a separate third workflow, right? We've added this proxy layer to it, but again, it doesn't necessarily matter because the experience of getting that asset, whether it's a still image, raw video, or proxy file, is going to be the same. Now, of course, images are not the only type of asset that are being captured or acquired or created while shooting. So we have integrations in Camera to Cloud that are beyond just the camera. Of course, we have our integrations into our proxy encoders and directly inside the cameras, but we also have integrations into things like audio recorders and camera report tools and color tools. These are all tools that create assets that are just as important to workflow as the images, but we want to make sure that we're also giving them a pipeline to show up on Frame.io as well. So to demonstrate what that looks like, we're going to create some actual assets.
If you have a calling, you want to convey
primarily it's a platform, it's an ecosystem which allows you to have access to all your assets, as I mentioned earlier, whenever and wherever they are created, to have access to that wherever you are and whichever device you want to access it from. It's primarily, it starts with when you capture the images or videos and share it with your team members for probably to start with review. And then next level is the creative team starts accessing those assets to start working on that, whether it's editing, grading, VFX, whatever kind of work you are getting into. So that's a platform, a unified platform for your video, photography, and print all together. While we were talking, we were watching those videos.
He was
my
getting old,
colleagues
he was
have
75
shot some of the videos of
so
this
that was
particular
one,
event.
and of course,
And
last
via
year I
the
finished.
Frame.io cloud, those are now available for us to review that. So let's look at a couple of those shots before I jump into what is Frame.io and how you can
Homeless
use it
people
in
in
your
this country, and the population of
day-to-day life for
France
your
is
various
67
content
million
creation
people.
processes.
So we have actually got more.
So I have actually 3 devices which is capturing video right now for me. We have colleagues from Red. They're using Raptor latest camera, which has got a built-in Frame.io streaming capabilities. Then we have colleagues from Atmos ARK systems. They are using DSLR along with the Atmos Ninja, the one which you have seen, that proxy streamer. Proxy, it creates proxy and streams it to Frame.io. And third is I was capturing using my phone, on which I have a Filmic Pro, which apps converts your phone into camera, and it allows you to send those videos right to the cloud. So for example, this is something which I took a couple of second shots. Right now it's streaming from Frame.io cloud, shot on the phone.
And how you
Same way,
monetize
if you look at this, the other two, let's go to the one which Red Camera has shot recently. So these are some of the shots. This was the opening shot when I was
It's no better
introduced.
time for documentary makers than
So the
today.
idea is you should
with
have, means the moment
all
shots
kinds
are
of
taken,
OTTs around.
you start having access to that wherever you are, and you can use whichever device you have at the point of time. I can see the same video either on my computer, on my phone, or on my tab. What I need is just a browser with
and
internet
all
connection.
kinds of
So this is the power of new technology, the platform which is providing you instant access to all your, to start with, is instant access to all your assets, which you bring it for a particular specific project. But then this is just a beginning, because this is the start of any content creation process. The next level comes is how you collaborate with your various stakeholders, where
is it still
you have
very
editors,
difficult
graphics
to get
artists,
funds
all
for
those other
than it
content
is?
creators, as well as
So,
the various
2-3
stakeholders
quick ones
who
and
will
before
be
I pass it on.
giving you comments or
The
approving
few.
your assets, those particular projects to move forward. So let's look at the Frame.io piece. But before that, I would like to invite both my technology partners to talk a couple of minutes about
Whereas everyone
that
who
product
has
and how
access
those
to camera
products
or
are
phone
integrated
thinks
with,
that we can start
with
making
Frame.io. So I would start with Red. Yeah, please. Sorry.
It's a great position.
Raj is from the Red Digital India team. I would like to ask him about
Art form, there's a certain approach, there's a certain storytelling ability, there's a certain aesthetics, which you
Hi,
need
everyone.
to understand,
Thank
master,
you,
depending on
Chetan.
what the subject is.
We are Red Digital Cinema. We are an upstart. We started around 15 years back as a technology company. We are pioneers in digital cinema. We are the ones who acted as a catalyst
there
from
needs to
the
be
film
more
industry,
emphasis
moving from
on
emulsion to digital around 15 years back. And as I said, we are a technology company. We are not a cinema camera manufacturing company, though our product line is majorly cinema camera.
No matter whether
So
it's a
we
feature
will be
film
looking for the
budgeted at
opportunities
1
and
crore or 10
collaborations.
crore or
So
200
when companies like Adobe and Amazon, they come up with this camera to cloud concept,
And the filmmaker,
we are happy to integrate them in the camera. And
thinking-
it's pretty simple. Basically, the camera will be connecting to the Wi-Fi, and you will be connecting to the Frame.io with the passcode if you have the subscription, and there you go. It's gonna upload as you have seen, as we have demonstrated just
so
now.
Here we may not have
Whatever
ad spends as such,
we
but
shoot,
there has to be
once it's cut, the shot is cut, it will be automatically, once the setup is done, infrastructure setup is done, based on your internet connection, it can do up to 8K RAW, because our cameras can do 8K RAW, and if you have good infrastructure, good internet connection, it's going to upload the 8K RAW live, and you can start doing your post-processing then and there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else you want
There's
to
one line from Steve Jobs which
yeah, nothing else. We have a
quite
booth.
like, which he said
I think
that
it's
there's one
H3.
differentiating
You can
factor
come visit us.
between
I can
people.
demonstrate the cameras, how the setup is done. I can show it to you. That's about it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Raj. Thanks for joining us. I would like to invite Arpit from ARK.
Also because
They
very
are
ironically,
for,
which Girish can explain more,
ATMOS
that
in India.
for
Arpit, would like to talk
documentaries
about,
there are no producers as such,
how
other than
customers are
today
integrating
maybe
ATMOS
an
for
OTT,
various
Netflix, Amazon, if it's at that level.
Hello,
But
my name
otherwise
is
by
Arpit.
default a
I'm
director
from ARK Info Solutions and
of
representing
feature film
ATMOS
where
products.
70
So ATMOS basically is a monitor cum recorder. So you can record from your DSLR or cinema camera.
default
in
everyone
SSD.
is a seasoned
So
one.
you can
Everyone
record 12
has
bit,
to be a
10 bit,
producer. Everyone
depends
has
on
to be
your
an entrepreneur.
cameras.
So I think
also you can
the
record
subject
a
is
proxy
really,
file,
really powerful.
then
Like
you can upload on Atmos Cloud. After that,
is
you can
very,
start
very important.
post-production, means editing.
Okay. It really hit you, it has to trouble you, it has
Okay.
to fast.
So like the latest edition was Red and Fuji cameras, which has got built-in capability to stream it to Frame.io cloud directly without
Warriors,
any hardware.
you know.
But there are
And
so many
then
other cameras are in use.
you
which,
need to
doesn't
find out
provide this kind of
ways,
functionality.
have a
That's where you can
complete
use
clarity.
this type of additional hardware attachment to your cameras, which allows you to do the exactly same function. When you say cut, it sends the videos,
But
it uploads it to Frame.io
for some it can
cloud, and
be
then you have access to that wherever
shoot
you
also.
are. You can do. We'll see in next 10 minutes what all next processes which you can do. You can use Frame.io for that. Okay. Fine. They have a booth again in case if you want
Go
to know
about
more
do it.
about
Mostly.
devices and how
I
it
would
works
make
with Frame.io.
exceptions for 10% of them, but
E4
90%, 80%.
E4 Atmos booth.
E4 booth you can drop in there. Thank you. Thanks, Arpit. Okay.
Yeah, you can go ahead and get money from various sources.
I think he took a couple of shots
It's
when
not
he
a
was
secret,
talking, so he
but
wanted me
meet
to
me outside. I'll tell you, you know, if you have an idea, I'll tell you where
Those
to
are in
get money
different
from.
file. Anyway,
It's not
so,
easy either.
Frame.io is
Okay?
our cloud platform for collaboration. Primarily takes care of 4 or 5 major challenges, especially when you are working with large files, video files.
So,
one of the first thing is how quickly you can send those files to your various stakeholders to approve it before it goes to the post-production. And once it's approved, how quickly the editor or VFX artist can get their approval and finish the job. And this is what Frame.io takes care of. It offers you accelerated file uploads, so you don't need to worry about third-party accelerator. It can straight away upload the files from your computer, your memory cards, your camera directly onto cloud platform. And then next, once it's available on cloud platform, you can access it through, say for example, right now I'm using computer. I can access it through my browser, or I can access the same through my Premiere Pro, After Effects. If I'm using
similarly
other
with Saeed
editing
Mirza
systems
documentary
or
also and
grading
the other
systems like
documentaries
Final
that I
Cut
made,
Pro or Resolve, I have integration with that as well. So you can completely finish your job in the cloud to finish the particular project. Let me just show you that.
He was one of the pioneers and one of the pillars of the parallel cinema movement in the 70s and 80s.
Files which
but
we have uploaded.
people don't want to hear his story for some reason. And of course, now the film is out.
It's a pretty simple to use, actually. It's also there with your, if you are already having Creative Cloud subscription, this comes, a free version comes along with that also. You can start playing around with that. A very simple to use
to make it myself
platform.
Was because I
all the
also
teams
have an
which I am
advertising
part
business
of,
that
all
runs
the
on
projects
side.
which
And
I
I
have created,
cross-subsidize. I take
and
the
this
money
is
from
my complete Creative Cloud platform, the storage where I can bring in actually any type of media I want. For example, if I'm working on a project which starts with pre-production where people start sharing the scripts, and from there it goes to the probably the production stage, and then so on and on. So I will be dealing with various types of assets, including my scripts will be PDF files, my location shoot, location stills, or
the objective of the
or
film, the
probably
impact
casting videos will be video and JPEG file formats. I may be sending my assets to VFX team, so they may be sending me the After Effects comp or
So
After
that
Effects
will always depend on
finished
the
visual effects shots, or I'm sending it to Photoshop. So all those kind of file formats like audio file, graphics file, all these I can share it along on through this platform. So it makes life much easier. It's a one platform where you bring it in everything. You bring in all your stakeholders also. So while you bring in your assets, you also bring in your stakeholders, various stakeholders into the project, and these are the only people who will have access to the project. So it's like your any other film project or a television project where you bring in multiple stakeholders, multiple people into the same project. They work together, and once project is over, all goes away. So same way it works, same functionality is here. So you can bring in all those assets and start sharing with that. I have included, I have invited my colleague Yaman to be part of this project where we were shooting here live and getting those shots from Red camera as well as from, I think they were using Nikon or Canon
so I
camera
think
with Atmos.
one has to
Atmos Ninja Ultra device. So I've shared this, I've already invited Yaman as a part of my project. Yaman has got now access to all this since he is a collaborator or a team
anything
member.
that works
He will have more
and
rights
is
than the reviewer. So what will happen is, Yaman, can you put some comments on the Red camera files? So what happens is, put it on the
They
second
respect
one.
because he's making his kind of films.
So what happens is, the platform actually allows you to interact with all the stakeholders in real time.
That also.
So if anyone is putting any kind of comments, if you are online, even if you are not online, you get notification on your phone or your computer, email, and all those things. So while Yaman is putting that comment
you need to
on
understand
that,
who you
this is the
are.
player.
You know,
Once
it
you
sounds a
have
little.
asset, you want to review the asset, double click on that. Very simple player you have here. You have a various status thing, you can set it up. You have your comment tools here, comments,
Making
text,
it who you are.
annotation.
You know, what's troubling you,
And for
what's
example, Yaman has
fascinating you.
already put a comment here.
So
So
I
the
think-
moment he shares that comment, I can see that here on my Frame.io project. Or if I'm on my Premiere Pro timeline, I can see that on within
I
my
have an
Premiere
idea.
Pro
You can be a Shikhar
setup
Kapoor
as well.
who,
So
who never made
it
a
becomes
film,
much
but he made his
easier
first
when
film and it was
when editor is communicating with various stakeholders for taking their inputs, whether it's inputs around the creative side or approval and all. I get those comments right within my editing
Yes,
system.
I
I
have
don't
done
need to
the-
go to the
You-
WhatsApp
yes,
or
you could see
email
an
or text messages, any of those things. It comes up right within my Premiere Pro project or on my browser, so I can see both the comments here, either in comments.
Say, I mean, it's
and
a-
the
it's a
good part
huge
is the moment
subject
you
to go
click on
into,
that,
but
it
in
jumps to
short-
that particular frame. So it becomes much easier. See, the biggest challenge with any creative editor or a VFX artist is when people send their comments, typically it comes in a way where they will say, okay, this particular frame, this time code changed so and so. Here you don't need to worry about anything. It goes right frame accurate commenting. It comes to you within your editing or content creation system and finish the same. So this is how it is easy to communicate with each other. And once it's done, I can start editing in my Premiere Pro. And same way I can send the files back to Yaman for the further approval and process. So this way you can continue doing your back and forth both way communication with each other and finish your job. Same panel opens within. So for example, if I'm using this particular project and I want to send it to Yaman for his approval, I can just go and say, okay, Yaman, can you...
Story is quite extraordinary because he was in Hindu college and...
I'm just putting something here, some name, and what it will do is it will export that particular file timeline, it will upload it, and Yaman will have immediately access to that particular file as soon as it's uploaded. And once the Yaman puts the comments on that, I will see that on my computer within my Premiere Pro, and I can then take the further action what is required. So
bunch of friends.
cloud platform allows you to seamlessly work right from when you start shooting to get the first approval for the shots to the next approval when the editor starts editing. Next one, maybe sound engineer will send you those audio, sound bites and all, or a VFX artist will send you some VFX shots, put together, finish it, send it to your send it to the various stakeholders and then finish the job. So it's uploading right now. Once it's uploaded, Yaman will be able to see that and he will be able to comment on that. So Yaman, so while it's happening, this makes life much easier because now you are not waiting for shots to come from the shoot location in a drive because next day or evening or next day kind of thing. And not necessarily you should be using this in outdoor location only. You can use this in indoor, in studios as well, because many times it happens that when you are shooting, multiple people have to see the shots, takes. And that's where this can become much helpful. People can watch it on their own device, wherever they are, and then they can take further call of how to go next kind of thing. So when I look at this, Yaman has already put some comment here, good to go kind of thing. Yaman, can you put one more comment in between?
That is when
or say, for example, he has asked me to put now a title, some lower third to finish the particular video for my social media upload. So what I can do here is I can create a second version of that. I will just put one lower third here.
Pathetic. That I felt this
and once my lower third is here, I can actually send out this second version up there and ask him to review it.
That are more sensitive.
And
now,
since I've kept the version on, it helps me to stake up the versions. Once the edit is over, it will stake it up and I will be able to see those two versions in my browser, either individually or side by side. So this makes life much easier when someone has given you some inputs or some instructions to do certain things. You have made those changes and you send it back to the stakeholders for them to see both the shots side by side. It becomes much easier. Let me just go back to that.
And he was disowned by the family because the family comes from. He was still, and he used to go hungry and sleep on the platforms and whatever for many experience what it.
Okay, this is with.
To that subject. I would now like to throw the floor to the audience. So we
I have my
very
two
interactive
versions,
session.
V2 stacked up here. I can view either of that one by one, or I can actually open my comparison view and I can see both the versions together simultaneously. So this makes again life much easier.
You said
quickly you can take decision, yes, no, go ahead, give your next level of instructions and your creative artist can finish the job. So this is how it helps you right from shooting to share those assets for various departments when they start working on their own pieces like editing, VFX, sound design teams. Everyone will have access to the footage right at the beginning, simultaneously without waiting for those copies to be made and send it across to them.
Creative work.
So this is a platform which helps you, allows you to finish your job quickly, collaborate with people across wherever they are. Just internet connection is required, and they can review, approve with whatever device they have, kind of thing. So I want to finish it here, right here. But if you have any questions, we can address it now, or you can join us at booth at Tathastu, where
don't
we are
know
demonstrating
many
along
things
with
that you are
Atmos
making
guys.
that
We
you
are
get
demonstrating
wizened
that as well.
up
Any
by.
questions?
And it's you.
Does it make sense? Do you think this will help?
It's called unscripted even by
Yes or no?
Netflix and others.
Okay, please give me answers so I know whether it makes sense or not, because this is something which is there as a part of, if you are using any of our All Apps subscription
Because
or
you
single app
don't know
Premiere Pro
what
After Effects,
you
you
will
will get a
be
free
getting.
version,
You
but you
might
can
be
then, depends on your project requirement, you can buy online or you can go and buy the enterprise version as well. A lot of things are there when you share it for review and all. Like I've
What I
shared
meant by
this project with Yaman,
starting
but I
off
can
with
share
an idea,
that
anything
with
starts
public
with an
also,
idea,
where
but
people
after
can
that,
actually
you have
let me do that. Just 2 more minutes. Let me do that so you can actually see how easy it is to review the assets on your phone and comment it. Let me just share one of the assets so you can do that.
for 4 months, and it may.
So let me share this for review. I will not put any other things. I will keep it for
Thinking
public.
you are about
However,
the subject.
for my security purpose, I will put watermarks. So whenever you share the video for review to any other people, outsider,
So the moment
you
starts
have multiple
having
level of
conversation with
securities.
you,
Either
rather
you can
than
have
just
a
you
private
having
inbox
conversation with.
invite, so they only can have access to that, or you can put watermark. So whoever is reviewing that, the watermark will come up. Now we offer forensic watermark as well. So in case if there is, if you think that material is being copied or something, you can always get in touch with Frame.io to find out using forensic watermark. It also supports DRM. So when you send something out for your review, people cannot do the screen recording and all. So a lot of these kind of security functionalities are available in the on the platform.
Commission
and the last
films
thing
are
is,
very
many
different,
times you may want the
mostly.
final shots or final film to be viewed in HDR 10-bit 4K. Platform supports that as well. So you can actually review that if you have those HDR supported devices, you can view that on that. Additionally, we have also added support for Apple TV. So with Apple TV support also, you can view it on a large screen as well. So let me just create a QR code for all of you to scan it and put your comments to this particular shot. You want to, few of you want to just scan it and put your comments. If you are using iPhone, don't download the app, just say cancel, it will take you to the browser.
I think, is there any liberty you're taking? Now the document fiction into it at any point.
It will ask you for the email ID,
Finally.
name and email ID. So
So,
we know who is putting the
is there some kind of a liberty?
The remarks, the comments. So I've got one from Rupali Vaidya. So this is how you start communicating with your stakeholders. Means it's a two-way process, because same way I can, when I'm sending the
Of the course,
timeline
this
from my
documentary
Premiere Pro
making
to
change?
stakeholder to review that, I can
is it
put
help?
comments as well as a marker, and that marker goes in as a comments into the clip. So two-way communication can happen between stakeholders and content creators. And you can see I get those notifications as well, as and when someone puts that particular comment onto that.
Sir.
It's quite easy, isn't it?
The second thing that I see is when Brahma talked about the fact that there is a lot of
So my suggestion is start using it. If you are Creative Cloud or a Premiere Pro After Effects user, you have this. Same way the integration is there for After Effects as well. Same Frame.io panel opens in After Effects, and you have access to all those assets. You can share actually projects also, so it's not just assets, but you can share projects with your colleagues also. Sometimes you want to hand over the project to someone else. You just create a particular project file and then upload it to them.
Wrapped up in that format or the genre. It is not pure
So I have
documentary
the same
in that sense. It's not a more purist
Frame.io panel in my Premiere Pro, in
like
my
us.
After Effects as well. I can see all those assets here also.
Just create an inciting incident.
Any questions? I think that's it from my side. So just to
drama,
summarize,
and
the platform is for video, photographs and prints, all the type of assets what you are creating in your day-to-day life. It's right from camera to cloud ecosystem where you get immediate access to the footage while it's been shot.
The edit pattern
to
follows
collaboration with
And
the
if
multiple
if the
stakeholders to send it for review and getting their approvals and finally delivery. Yeah, that's it.
So
Thank you very
that's
much.
the advantage of having a documentary. So yeah, I mean,
Yeah, you can. I'll just play one last video to close it, so they know. Yeah.
And I think, you know, what you're talking about, Kirit nailed in his first.
I took more than 300
And
interviews
you
when I
have
was
it now
That's YouTube,
also.
not me.
I think why documentary got a bad name is because of
You tell stories with video, but there are a million things that can block you, like waiting for footage,
because of the film that I
keeping
made,
it organized, and deciphering
not a single
confusing
minute
notes. It doesn't have to be this hard.
I think
Frame.io is a secure cloud-based app that brings it all together with real-time review and approval tools, accelerated file sharing, and instant dailies. A busy team can monitor multiple productions, rough cuts, and final edits, all in Frame.io.
Every page,
frame-accurate comments and annotations make sharing ideas faster and more precise.
If you have
The
achieved
best
that,
part, with integrations into the most popular NLEs, comments flow directly into editors' timelines, so they have organized feedback where they need it most. Who can access your content? That's up to you. Our world-class security gives you full control over who can view or share your assets and for how long.
of your timeline earn itself.
And you can easily add custom
If it does
watermarks
not,
for extra protection.
drop it. And that
You never know where a story will take you. Frame.io gives you notifications on all your devices, so you can stay connected to your project in real time from anywhere. Review and approve right inside Frame.io. It's that
most
easy.
people undermine the sound design.
Ever wish you could close the gap between production and post? Now you can. Our revolutionary camera-to-cloud workflow automatically uploads clips to Frame.io between every take so collaborators can view them immediately, on or offset. An editorial can start cutting while your team's still shooting. Oh, and it's all in 10-bit, 4K,
You can't
HDR.
have a phenomenal mind and a
Join the nearly 2 million users who already know how Frame.io helps them be more creative, more inspired, and more efficient. Storytelling brings us together, and Frame.io brings storytellers together in the cloud.
In fact, sometimes I feel that editors are probably more powerful.
Any questions? Yes, sorry.
I wanted to ask a question. This is open to the panel. Go to been
हेलो
produced, or do you have to go to
सर जैसे हम शूट कर रहे हैं बाहर
project
और
hope to get it commissioned?
इंडोर सेटअप में तो इंटरनेट कनेक्शन जो है वो फास्ट कनेक्शन रहता है, तो बाहर जैसे हम शूट कर रहे हैं सो ये कैसे वर्क होगा, मतलब फ़ोन के नेट से वर्क होगा या क्या डिवाइस है? और वो लेट से हम शूट करते हैं अगर पुअर इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी है सो वो कैसे अपलोड होगा या कैसे?
सो इट डिपेंड्स। अगर इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी बहुत ही लो है, समझ लो लोकेशन पे शूट कर लो, होटल पे या तो वापस आते हो वहाँ पे आपके मेमोरी कार्ड से यू कैन स्ट्रेट अवे अपलोड इट एंड अपलोड इट्स ऑल्सो वेरी सिंपल, इट्स वेरी इजी। Let me just show you that quickly.
Go with your idea.
Easy it is. And it's a accelerated upload,
You do
so
need to
it
have a
becomes much easier also. So no, yes, perfect. Thank you.
To even
For
a certain
example,
extent, they
मुझे
have
ये
their
project
own
में कुछ
internal.
अपलोड करना है, मैंने शूट कर लिया, इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी बहुत ही ख़राब था, होटल पे आया या तो ऑफिस आया वापस, मेरे पास ये काफ़ी सारा स्टॉक फुटेज मैं लेके आया हूँ साथ में। फॉर एग्जांपल
Most of them are looking for, and that hasn't changed for the last 2-3 years.
द रीज़न आई एम
Drama.
बड़ी फाइल ले रहा हूँ क्योंकि 1.5 GB ईच फाइल है, स्ट्रेट अवे ड्रैग एंड ड्रॉप वो अपलोड करता रहेगा। अगर काफ़ी सारे फोल्डर्स क्रिएट किए हुए हैं मैंने,
some scandal or some high profile now you see those
फ्रेम-आयो
series come on
ट्रांसफर,
millionaires,
वो ऐप
which
से
is
आप
bad
पूरा
boy
फोल्डर
became
स्ट्रक्चर
bad
एज इट इज अपलोड कर देते हो,
तो you see
कहीं
that
ब्रेक भी होता है तो इट स्टार्ट्स फ्रॉम देयर ओनली, जब रिस्टोर होता है कनेक्शन तो। और लास्ट में वो लॉग फाइल भी देता है आपको कि कितने फाइल्स अपलोड हुए एंड क्या क्या एरर्स आए।
See, at the end of the day, understand
और
that
एक और
the
चीज़,
OTT is
अगर
also a
आपने ये
business.
बड़ी
They
फाइल
want
अपलोड की है,
subscribers,
समझ
and
लो
they are
ये
not interested in your passion
4K
and their
फाइल्स अपलोड किए,
creativity and your
रिव्यूअर इज अगेन खराब नेटवर्क में है तो फ़ोन पे वो देख रहा है, तो फ्रेम-आयो उसके 4 लोअर प्रॉक्सी वर्जन्स ऑटोमेटिकली क्रिएट करता है। तो आप जब फ़ोन पे देखते हो या टैब पे देखते हो या कंप्यूटर पे भी देखते हो, ऑटोमेटिकली बैंडविड्थ के हिसाब से वो सिलेक्ट करेगा और यू कैन गो मैन्युअली आप जाके भी सिलेक्ट कर सकते हो।
और सर आउटडोर सेटअप पे मतलब क्या अपलोड स्पीड लगता है, या फ़ोन से कनेक्ट करके मतलब फ़ोन का इंटरनेट यूज़ करके वो होगा या कैसे होगा आउटडोर सेटअप में?
इट डिपेंड्स क्या यूज़ करना है, वो तो वहाँ पे बैंडविड्थ कैसे कितनी अवेलेबल है क्या। मैं जब डेमो करता हूँ बूथ पे तो मैं तो फ़ोन यूज़ करता हूँ, अभी यहाँ पे चल जाता है, डिपेंड्स ऑन नेटवर्क कनेक्टिविटी पे है वो तो।
कुछ ऐसा स्टैंडर्ड अपलोड स्पीड लगता है इसके लिए, ऐसा कुछ स्टैंडर्ड कुछ एक अपलोड स्पीड रिक्वायर्ड रहता है?
उनमें ठहराव है, it is a firm
स्टैंडर्ड इंटरनेट यूज़ करता है वो, वाईफाई से लो या तो इथरनेट कनेक्शन आप इंटरनेट से कर लो, इट यूजेस स्टैंडर्ड इंटरनेट कनेक्शन, बट उसके साथ अपलोड के लिए फाइल एक्सेलरेटर है बिल्ट इन, तो मैक्सिमम बैंडविड्थ यूज़ करता है आपका जो भी अवेलेबल इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी है। लो है तो स्लो जाएगा नेचुरली, अगर आपके पास 5G कनेक्शन है और अच्छी बैंडविड्थ मिल रही है तो
But you're talking about the two
अभी आप सोच लो,
kinds
हमने
of
जो रेड कैमरा का फुटेज जो आपको दिखाया
ways in which you can
वो
make
हमने फ़ोन से ट्रांसफ़र किया हुआ है वाया फ़ोन का डेटा कनेक्टिविटी से यहाँ पे। सो मैं ये नहीं कहता कि एवरीवेयर वो बराबर चलेगा, बट डिपेंड्स ऑन बैंडविड्थ, आपको वो ट्रांसफर
if they like it they'll take it, they'll pay you
रेगुलर इंटरनेट यूज़ कर रहा है तो
प्रोसेस फास्ट कर देगा इन एनी विच वेज।
हाँ,
ओके, थैंक यू।
someone has any questions? Fine, I think yeah, we are good. Thank you.
I personally am not.
Thank you, Mr. Shah. And before you leave, I would like to hand over the memento to you. So, would like you to be on the stage once again.
I find that as on the screening of those films, they will do what they want after you have delivered. So it's like a commissioned film that you do, a corporate commissioned film. Very similar. You have made a masterpiece, you have given it to them, that they will or they of 60 countries and it's available, people will watch it. But again, How well they promote, they don't promote, will depend on their own marketing
75 years ago,
strategies and what they feel of the film.
we
and
escaped
of you, and whether it's
and got lost in a story. To feel connected.
something very, very similar. So though it's a
To
great
share
opportunity,
moments.
I feel that there are other ways to fund a film and make it.
Which we will remember forever. It's the most incredible thing in the world. For 75 years, we fueled the dreams of storytellers. The world might
I
change,
made a film on R.D. Burman 15 years
but
back.
we
It's still
believe
being
that change is the only constant.
feature-length films. One particular feature-length film, though, would be very good on travel.
With time, we have adapted and committed to our legacy of investing in storytelling.
In a feature film for which I
Dreaming big and aiming high. Constantly striving to serve. A dedicated team whose vision is to be a global leader and enabler of audio-visual craft and creative solutions. An extraordinary team whose combined mission is to unlock, inspire and nurture the imagination of storytellers.
Innovation.
Customer centricity. Dependability.
Courage. Integrity.
Creative excellence.
Learning and empowering.
Entrepreneurial mindset.
To a new beginning. To new adventures. To creating a unique path.
Producer with more than 3 decades of experience. Was found for multiple.
We are just getting started.
I had founded Love Films in 2012 with a vision.
auf die Trends der Zukunft.
Good afternoon. Happening in box office, both domestically and internationally. So I want to
mean anything anymore, because it implies that you go out theatrically in countries that actually report.
even here it is very hard to tell.
Okay, so really, because between you and the audience, there are so many. Really tell you anything? Probably know that when as a producer, when you
The kind of layers that we are talking about. Sharath also talk about
after the pandemic. Earlier, 50 crore. So language is no more a barrier. Films are releasing in multiple languages. Yet again, the concern still remains of
also, no, like, I mean, I was speaking to Loris sometime back.
obviously from the first week when it releases, right? Normally Hindi films has a ratio. To about 35% that comes to the producer.
"75 years ago, we escaped and got lost in a story. to feel connected,
Field-driven. We say domestic and
to
international.
share moments,
We say international.
which we will remember forever. It's the most incredible thing in the world. For 75 years, we fueled the dreams of storytellers.
Happens at -4 degrees centigrade. What I've seen big studios.
The world might change, but we believe that change is the only constant.
India, domestic, it's different. Largest.
With time, we have adapted and committed to our legacy of investing in storytelling. Dreaming big and aiming high, constantly striving to serve.
Itself has gone down now. Now that the people have mostly started
A dedicated team whose vision is to be a global leader and enabler of audio-visual craft and creative solutions. An extraordinary team whose combined mission is to unlock, inspire, and nurture the imagination of storytellers.
Innovation.
Customer centricity. Dependability.
Courage. Integrity.
Creative excellence.
Learning and empowering.
Entrepreneurial mindset.
To a new beginning. To new adventures. To creating a unique path.
Well, I'd like to refer to what you said before. Does anybody remember?
We are just getting started.
Leidenschaft auf die Trends der Zukunft.
It's more to do with the regional cinema, like you mentioned. Which we had never thought that that would see the film, and there were community watching. Majorly, it big, right? So, but unfortunately, you see the market growing, connected, and it's very difficult to facilitate shows for that particular region. It doesn't become cost effective because, for example, let's say just to talk number, if you're selling the show for $1,000. As well, then you will see a commercial growth as well.
Simultaneously.
See, there are no simultaneous releases are happening. Exhibitors are more or less releasing parallelly in digital. At least they are not interested in content. Yeah.
So, comes is who is big? The star. So, is it that the content or directors are not able to pull people unless there is a star, or what do you think?
First, I would answer, and then I will give it to the. A story is a star. You have Shah Rukh Khan, or you don't have Shah Rukh Khan. There are so many which has done.
To be very honest, I feel both of them go hand in hand. You can't really, so it's not as who is big. Of a foundation to be able to give a good story of actor to be able to put their a big, you can always
75 years ago, we escaped and got lost in a story.
or a right actor rather than a bigger actor, you will need
to feel connected. To share moments. Which we will remember forever. It's the most incredible thing in the world. For 75 years, we fueled the dreams of storytellers. The world might change, but we believe that change is the only constant. With time, we have adapted and committed to our legacy of investing in storytelling. Dreaming big and aiming high, constantly striving to serve.
Africa itself, you have 30, 40 ways. So it's tough. I'm not.
A dedicated team whose vision is to be a global leader and enabler of audio-visual craft and creative solutions.
It's now with OTT platform. Now things are now we believe in content. We believe in content. So things are not very fast. It's
An extraordinary team whose combined mission is to unlock, inspire, and nurture the imagination of storytellers.
Innovation.
Customer centricity. Dependability.
Courage. Integrity.
Creative excellence.
Learning and empowering.
Entrepreneurial mindset.
To a new beginning. To new adventures. To creating a unique path.
Internationally, then in India itself, right? Because it has many. Over the years, my first film.
We are just getting started.
trifft Leidenschaft auf die Trends der Zukunft.
And not with
No, so that's why the avenues are possible. And when you ask about how, just like Korea, how possible it is for India, every year it's like you go to these markets with content and the right mindset, they will surely come and pick. But we just go without planning. So that is one aspect. But as I said, people like Chandra, so and in Chinese language. So
It's a fact, you know. I used to tell, I mean, sorry, Rollins, if we don't know how to market. I mean,
so
we
marketing in South, we know what to do. Here,
I don't want to so how many merchandise that we have and how many merchandise that we buy? You know, when I can buy a
it's difficult to be able to, or a theater owner who has made capital expense, who actually have to run choice to decide which film is what will get the most audience to his theaters to be able to capitalize or maximize his profits. You'll start understanding it from a theater's perspective. You're understanding why distribution is a challenge, or why distributing small films on a larger scale becomes a challenge. Now all of it starts getting linked to the marketing spend as well. There to release your film as long as you are ready to take the risk. That I'm plenty of my audience, so there'll be enough theater owners who are actually ready to better in terms of VPF not being used for agrees cinema that
75 years ago, we escaped and got lost in a story. to feel
As
connected.
simple as that, it's just about the actor. If you're able to community, find the audience, in your content,
To share
particular
moments.
region,
Which we will remember forever. It's the most incredible thing in the world. For 75 years, we fueled the dreams of storytellers. The world might change, but we believe that change is the only constant. With time, we have adapted and committed to our legacy of investing in storytelling.
But it's amazing how some countries just don't report, and that the system allows that. And there's, you know, that when you apply to the
Dreaming big and aiming high,
so as a producer, you know,
constantly striving to serve.
while
A dedicated team whose vision is to be a global leader
even if a
and
producer
enabler of
whatever
audio-visual
does
craft
not have
and
the
creative
ability to be
solutions.
able to go find out who is selling ticket in
An extraordinary team whose combined mission is to unlock, inspire, and nurture the imagination of storytellers.
Innovation.
Customer centricity. Dependability.
Courage. Integrity.
Creative excellence.
Learning and empowering.
Entrepreneurial mindset.
To a new beginning. To new adventures. To creating a unique path. We are just getting started.
Leidenschaft auf die Trends der Zukunft.
In fashion right now. Every time you make a reference to a movie, you that then they've attracted filmmakers that have original concepts. Why that film won the Oscar as best movie? I mean, to me, it's really a mystery. But then they come up with some very original. Only ones, the only that doesn't need stars or name directors. They don't need.
Like,
welcome to them, and and essentially they're taking a lot more risks than most products.
For the world. We just rely on the old names like Fellini. We still think that another Fellini will come along. That's get MGs. We can't really rely on an audience because we don't have one.
Hello. Hi. Rupees spent, where the money goes, and what is the flow of that 100 rupees spent on a box office. So you pay if you just want to give me a short break, it will be great. So I understand
it's a fairly detailed concept. It is.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The next session for today is titled Technology and Creative Nuances of the Immersive Industry by Chaitanya Chinchlikar, Vice President, Business Head, CTO and Emerging Media Head, Whistling Woods International. With over 20 years of experience in the film and creative arts industry, Chaitanya is a passionate educator and a visionary leader who serves as the Vice President and Chief Technology Officer of Whistling Woods International, India's premier film and creative arts institution. He is responsible for running and growing the Whistling Woods business and managing key affiliations, partnerships, and associations with global players in the media, entertainment, and technology sectors. Over to you, Chaitanya.
post-production, production, and
Thank you.
post-production.
Everybody can hear me? Hi, Caroline. You can come in the front. No? Okay. So what, as the session says, what we're going to do is try and do a deep dive into what we know by disparate terms. We know terms like metaverse, we know virtual production, we know virtual reality, augmented reality. We know all these things differently, but what we don't really understand is that they're actually part of a larger umbrella industry. They're all part of one common ecosystem, which is essentially the fourth content consumption platform that we all know. The cinema, television,
depending on what kind of
digital or OTT, and the fourth is the immersive industry. So what we're going to do is do a deep dive into the immersive industry, understand what it's made of, and so that I can try and help you to put the pieces together. Right now everybody's seeing individual pieces of the jigsaw, so that this will help you to see a proper image, right? So we've heard all these terms. We've heard VR, we've heard metaverse, we've heard virtual production, augmented reality, etc., etc., etc. But they're all part of the same ecosystem, right? So let's get to the point.
I'm not getting beaten up by Sharath.
Okay, I tried to make a joke, but anyway. So what is the immersive industry? Is there something called the immersive industry? And the answer is there is, right? So it's the fourth content consumption or experience platform. There's cinema, there's television, there's digital or OTT, and then there is immersive. So how did he get here? So we essentially got here because of, well, millennials. People got bored.
Can I have one last?
Consuming just content, and they wanted things more than content. They wanted experience. Because they wanted experience, just availability of content wasn't enough. They wanted content to be accessible and authentic and cool and convenient and immersive and impactful and all those things. And just as it works in capitalism, the market responded and created a bunch of enabling technologies which allowed all this to happen. So hence we went from content to experience using all these things. And most of these things actually emerged from the immersive industry, and a confluence of them is what we now know as the immersive world, right? So since we're talking about immersion, right, let's talk about immersion. What is immersion? So question, how many senses do humans have? 6, 5, 5, 5. Okay. High school biology is woefully out of touch. We were all taught that in school. My kids are still being taught that in school, unfortunately. And it's like 30 years old information. So typical thinking is that 5, but in reality we have 27 senses. So these are the 5 key organ-based senses. So essentially our senses are split into organ-based and what we call perception-based, which is basically biology's way of saying, I don't know how this happens. We know very little about the human body, even less about the human mind. So when we say something is a perception-based sense, it's biology basically saying, I don't know how this works, right? So in addition to these 5, there are 18 other organ-based senses and 4 perception-based senses. So these are all the senses that we have. Each of these is unique, individual, and, well, biological senses. And the reason why we're talking about this is because immersion is the 5th perception-based sense, which basically means we don't know how it works. If you look at all the other immersion perception-based senses, right, we sense time. Time is an active sense. When we go to sleep, when we wake up in the morning, we know that time has passed. Some people know exactly how much time has passed. They have a well-developed sense of time. I'm sure everybody has that one friend who you ask, what time is it? Without looking at their watch, they'll be able to give you a pretty accurate time, right? Like 4:25 or 4:30. That person has a well-developed, or in some cases overdeveloped sense of time. Then agency, control. Everybody, someone over here knows people who have motion sickness. When they're driving the car, nothing, they're fine, absolutely fine. But if they're sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly they're throwing up all over the place. The bumps on the road are the same, the khaddas are the same, right? So what's different? The difference is they're not in control. They don't have agency. So people who have an overdeveloped sense of agency have motion sickness. Which is basically what I'm trying to say is perception-based senses are very, very powerful, very, very strong. And immersion is a sense. Which is why the first VR experience that a lot of people have, they are giddy, they fall down, they try and reach out for things because you are seeing something and you are immersed in it and you think that it's real, but it's not. But because your mind feels that it's real, you try and reach out for things. Or if you're in a helicopter, suddenly you're like falling down. Right? And I have seen people who have fallen down. Actually, physically, they standing on solid ground, they fall down because it's their mind. So what is immersion? What the hell? So essentially, the impact that immersion has on other senses of humanity, of the body, is what has caused it to be treated like a sense. Right? This is one of the newer ones. It's become a sense in the last 10 years or so, largely now accepted. And again, just like you have other classification of senses, within immersion, there's physical or technical immersion and there's cognitive immersion. So physical technical immersion is like you are
something that's very
like if you're in a swimming pool,
in this
you are physically immersed in water. Or right now you are physically immersed in the air atmosphere around you. And cognitive immersion is where your mind is immersed. And there are many forms of cognitive immersion. In fact, this entire industry inside survives on cognitive immersion. If there were no stories, if there were no films, if there was no fiction, most of this wouldn't exist. And I'm including the news people in it because most of the news today is fiction. Right? So, there's spatial immersion. Spatial immersion is where if you see a video or if you see an image, you feel like you're part of that. That's spatial immersion. That's temporal immersion. Where if you're watching a film, you feel like you're part of the storyline. People who have a well-developed sense of temporal immersion, they get more impacted by twists in a movie. Right? They love A.B.I.S. Mastan movies because what twist hote hai. And people who don't have, they are able to see the twist. Suspense doesn't work that well on them. But some people really get involved in the suspense. They have a strong sense of temporal immersion.
Some of their movies starting from a
There's spatial temporal immersion, which is both. And then there is emotional immersion. Emotional immersion is what makes you sad or makes you feel like crying when you see like a child being harmed in a fiction movie.
Content for
not happening
as
to
well
you.
as for theatrical.
You don't know that
Point
child.
of view from
Why are you crying?
Devendra first.
Why are you feeling sad? It's because you're emotionally immersed in the story that you're watching. Right? Now, just as you have immersion, the first kind of broad aspect that people think when they think immersion is they think 3D.
Where has the dust settled
now,
in
what
this
is 3D?
day and age, and how
right? 3D
is
has
it
multiple
such an
meanings,
exciting time
even
for
today.
storytellers?
So how many definitions of 3D are there? 3D is not one thing. 3D is actually many things. So there's 3D animation, where you're seeing it on a flat screen, but the content looks like it has 3 dimensions.
Felt from 2016
There's stereoscopy,
onwards.
where
so if
you're essentially seeing content with the left and the right eyes receiving different images, and the mind is putting it together to create depth. That is stereoscopy. That's when you put on a pair of 3D glasses and you go and watch a movie somewhere.
Go for
and
experience
then
which was with
content, which is genuine 3-dimensional content consumption, where you're able to walk around the content. right? So just like we're talking about 3D, there is nothing known as 4D, 5D, 6D, 7D. So you see a lot of these advertising of all these 5D, 7D experiences, all nonsense.
So for instance, a lot of content.
Right? There are 3 dimensions. The 4th dimension is time. So until they're sending you back and forth through time, there is no 4D. We don't know what 5th and 6th dimensions are. They only exist in the Marvel cinematic universe, right? Not in reality. So,
sure. Coming to you, Rajesh, theatrical again as a medium over the last couple.
So now that we've got this immersive world, what do we do in it? Okay, we have the 4th content consumption platform, we have the immersive world. What do we do in it? We basically do the same things we do otherwise, but just more fun.
You also have a lot of regional movies that are firing like you would never imagine.
You entertain yourself, you get experiences. It's a platform, right? So you essentially use it to do many things, live your life, etc. And you use it to create content. But the big advantage is that everything is more impactful because it is immersive.
In terms of box.
So all entertainment, experiences, the platform itself is immersive, and the tools that come out of it are more immersive. So the experiences, this is where you'll start to see a lot of the words that you normally now associate with commonly, right? So in experiences, you have cinematic VR. Cinematic VR is you're watching a fiction or a non-fiction documentary or a short film in virtual reality.
Why would you want to read it in the papers?
Live VR, so live streaming a sport. There's a kabaddi thing happening not too far away from here, the auction, right? I don't know, is it being streamed in VR?
Is this the death of music?
Not sure.
Is this?
So, but the IPL is, right? And a bunch of other sporting events are. NBA is being live streamed in VR. I sit at home and watch NBA in VR. And it's like being there. It's like being there at the half line. You can feel the sweat of the basketball player falling on you because it does fall on the camera. And you're like, oh, this is immersive. So that's another experience that exists all over the world. Olympics were live streamed in VR. Asian Games were live streamed in VR. Right?
There were digital copies of the films to the cinemas.
Gaming?
So what we have
Everybody
done,
does
the
VR
entire
gaming.
role that we used to distribute.
In the case of India particularly, there's a lot of tourism, especially religious tourism for people who can't travel. Amarnath, etc., etc., etc.
The role itself used to,
complicated
Manasarovar perspective of what I'm talking
yatras.
about.
And
the role itself
really
used to cost 60,000
You have the experience side. Then you have the platform. The platform is where you can go to work, you run a business. That's the metaverse. That's what we call the metaverse. So the metaverse in itself is nothing. It's a platform. It's a world in which you can do a bunch of things. You can entertain yourself, you can do shopping, you can learn, you can play games, you can meet people, you can go to a sporting event, quote unquote. So that's where the immersive world plays the role of a platform. So the first one is experiences, second is platform, and the third is virtual production.
The physical
tools that emerge from the immersive world allow us to create much more immersive content. So photogrammetry, volumetric capture, object camera and motion tracking, motion capture, performance capture, virtual production, they're all parts of the immersive world. And they're all technologies that have emerged from the immersive world which are used to create regular content as well as what you could call VR content. Right? So
these are vastly different mediums to be associated.
They're all separate. They're all linked. They're all part. They're just parts of the same world, parts of the same ecosystem.
Two totally different mediums.
Technical. This is the Dunning-Kruger is a psychology curve. It essentially tracks knowledge, skills, and confidence on two axes.
7-inch screen or
when you have no knowledge or no skills,
not every movie is going to be Avatar, but
then you have a little bit of knowledge or skills, very little. Right? You're still broadly in the ignorance spectrum. but your confidence shoots through the roof. And now you're standing on top of Mount Stupid.
You are trying
you are
to
stupid.
bring in newer content because
Then
cinemas
you
were
learn
closed.
a
They
little
were-
bit more, and then you realize, oh shit, I know nothing. Then you crash into the valley of despair, and then wisdom starts to set in, and then you kind of, your confidence starts to go back up. But you're still,
when you
even at
buy
this,
a film
the
without
confidence
seeing
is still not as
it's
high
done
as
in the cinemas,
it ever was when you were
something
basically
which
ignorant.
you're taking a punt.
Right? Now, so this is where various parts of the immersive world are today. So metaverse is currently, it's on its way. It's climbing up Mount Stupid. Right now,
There is no
everybody
price
thinks
finding
that
mechanism over there.
people are never going to get out of the house. They're going to get up in the morning, put on a pair of VR headsets, and that's where they're going to live.
You do what
Let me bust the bubble. That is not going to happen. Right? A bunch of people think it's going to happen. Dystopian people like Zuckerberg want it to happen. It is not going to happen. Just like Internet of Things was supposed to happen, where your refrigerator would count the number of tomatoes and automatically order it on Amazon, ain't happening. Right? Virtual production is again kind of on its way up. People at this point of time are still figuring out, can I shoot everything in virtual production? Should I shoot everything in virtual production? Virtual production solves all problems. Yeah, it solves a lot of problems, but it's not still the be all and end all. It's just another workflow. Cinematic VR has actually gone through the curve. It's done. It did this in 2017, and then it kind of crashed, and then it's now back up to sanity, where you have decent content being created at decent price points, decently available, headsets are all okay. Things are now settling down, falling into place, so that over the next 10, 15 years, this industry will emerge, re-emerge properly. All those crazy notions that people had 4 or 5 years ago are all finished. This is a good thing, actually. There's one thing that I didn't put on this, but it exists, and we've all heard of it, and everybody's tried to sell it to us. It's called NFTs and cryptocurrencies. Right? So right now, if this line could go here, this is where NFTs are. Right? Like below the valley of despair. Not only do they have no value, but people who sold them are now being sued for fraud. And I hope the people suing them win, because it is a bunch of nonsense. So is it unique? Is the immersive platform unique? So answer is yes, because I'm just going to stand here and talk now. So if you look at where each of the contents started, so there's cinema, television, OTT, and immersive. So cinema started in the late 1800s, TV in 1930s, digital in the late 90s. Immersive started, we're not sure when it started. It started about 60 years ago, 60, 65 years ago, right? And then you look at them on narrative influence, visual influence, audio influence, and immersive impact. And obviously, it's the last three are very high, because without that it makes no sense. But the fact that it actually has medium narrative influence is unique. And that's something that we need to understand more, because for the first time in the history of the world, filmmakers need to change the way that they create content. Think about content. Right? So all this is good. What have we learned so far? What has the world learned about the immersive industry? I'm going to break it down into 3, 4 of the main aspects of the industry, because if we do each of the ones that I showed you earlier, we'd be here for like 3 hours. So I have, got some time. So cinematic VR, right? Basically, a VR film, quote unquote, is an experience. It's an experience of its story, visual, sound, immersion. They're all parts. So everybody needs to sit together to write the film. You can't write it on your own. You have to have the sound person involved, because oftentimes it's the sound that's the continuous thread of the film. Because person may look anywhere, but the sound is always there, no matter where they're looking. So sometimes it's the sound that holds the films together. Sometimes interaction has to happen. You need the person to look somewhere for the story to move ahead. How are you going to write that in? You need the person who's doing the interaction to come in. Right? So writing is very, very different for VR. Cinematic grammar needs to be completely rewritten. For the first time in the history of the world, you need to teach filmmakers how to pay attention, because there is no frame. Otherwise, it's very easy. What is not in the frame is not visible. So all filmmakers need to do is make the frame and people see what there is. Now there is no frame. So you have to make the people look where you want them to look in this 360 world. How do you do that? You have to direct attention. So where is the training of that? So now you need to learn how to direct attention. And as a natural human corollary to that, when you direct attention, there is something known as, okay, I see only 2 or 3 young people here who will understand what FOMO means. How many of you know what FOMO means? Not bad. We are up on the millennial lingo. FOMO is fear of missing out. Right? So when you are gently guiding somebody to look somewhere, at the back of the mind there is always something, okay, if I'm looking here, what am I missing out? So the natural tendency is to look everywhere. How do you overcome FOMO? So the content has to be so compelling that you direct attention and you are able to overcome FOMO. Right? So really, I mean, psychology is now going to play a huge part in future cinematic VR filmmaking curriculum. It does for us. We actually called in, Whistling Woods actually called in somebody from IIT Gandhinagar who runs a cognitive sciences program to structure a course for us, cognitive science for screenwriting for VR. Because how else do you do this? Filmmakers now need to understand even more human psychology. Right? Content creators also need to start developing a spatial view, where now content is just not the frame, it's also the, what you call the 160 view. Right? So what is in the peripheral vision of the person? So if I'm going to put content that I want the person to see, I rather put it there, or then I don't put it, I put it outside of the 160-degree angle. Because if there is something happening here, natural tendency is for the person to turn around. So if you don't want the person to watch this, then move it a little bit at the back. Now these are all minor things which filmmakers never had to think about. They never had to look at it from a spatial point of view. First time now they have to, right? Solving people's FOMO is a big challenge, and every VR shot is a VFX shot. So whoever your VFX person is, they are your best friends, right? Keep them happy, marry them if you have to, whatever. Actually, no, if you marry them, they may leave you and go away, so then you'll have a bigger problem. So just keep them happy, right? But every VR shot is a VFX shot. So we're even more, how should I say? I don't like to use the word beholden, but yeah, beholden to the VFX artists of the world, which is not a bad thing. Now, there's also something about, so everything that I showed you earlier was more about the technical and the process, but there's also the content itself and what informs the kind of content that we see. You have parameters. So there's the nature of viewing. So for example, there's something known as, so film is what you call captive community viewing. Why is this not working? Oh yeah, it's working. So film is captive community viewing. TV is non-captive family viewing, right? Nobody's tying you down. You can get up and go away whenever you want. You can change the channel whenever you want. And in India, generally it's viewed by families. Then you have digital OTTs, non-captive individual viewing, where you have most of it is consumed individually, mostly on the phone. And cinematic VR is captive individual viewing. For the first time in the history of the world, you have one person captive to the content creator. You have the ability to influence them more than ever in the history of the world. Right? How are you going to use that power? That guy has his sight, his sound, his immersion, everything blocked off. You control everything. No filmmaker has ever had that in the history of the world. Now you have it. Are you even thinking about this? And it's these things which tend to inform the kind of content that gets created. So what is the USP? What is unique about the content, right? So film is it's a larger than life audiovisual narrative spectacle. TV gives appointment viewing, so story, gives time for story and character development. Way too much time if you ask me, but okay, whatever. Digital is individuality. Individuality is a big thing, right? It's the first individual content consumption platform that came around 40 years ago, 30 years ago, whatever. And that's why all kinds of content works on digital. You're not being judged for what you watch. Nobody's judging you. So, everybody has a public life, a private life, and a secret life. Digital content is that edge between the private life and secret life. You'll share a Spotify playlist that you make with a friend. You will very rarely share your Netflix watching list with a friend because it's personal, it's private, it's individual, right? Now, imagine that plus huge amounts of immersion. That is how much benefit or how much impact cinematic VR content has. Ajo? Live sports. How do you produce live sports for VR? You can't produce it the same way that you produce regular, because VR camera does not zoom. If it does not zoom, how are you going to do the close-ups? How are you going to go close? You can't put a VR camera in between the batsman and the bowler because, you have a problem with that. And you shouldn't really stick it up on the spider cam because it's weird. You have to think about this. How are you going to produce it? Bring in the video feed of the broadcast close-up feed. So you need to go back to what's called first principles. First principles of production. Now again, I mean, if I get down onto the first principles class, that's another 20 minutes, but so forget about that. But you need to produce differently. So you have to think about these things. So first principles of information and experience. Actually, what the hell? Let me talk about that. We have 30 minutes. Everybody's watched cricket, obviously. When you see cricket, you have the main camera that's behind the bowler's arm, right? That's your information camera. Right arm batsman, left arm bowler, two slips, this, that. This is the feed, right? This is your information camera. The close-ups that you see of Virat Kohli saying Ben Stokes or whatever, right? That's your experience feed. Too much of either doesn't work. If it's too much of just the camera behind the bowler's arm, it's boring. Which is why a lot of old cricket matches, they start to look dated. Right? Because you're like, where are the close-ups? Because you're used to that experience now. And on the other hand, if you just have close-ups, you have no idea what's going on. Right? So you have to have the balance. So those are the first principles. Information and experience are the first principles. How are you going to deliver that in VR? As a creative producer in broadcast, come up with a way. Honestly, very few people have come up with a way, at least for cricket. For basketball, yes. Other sports, yes. Cricket is still, jury's out. Kabaddi actually will actually be really, really good. And hopefully, we can do that at some point. Yeah. So don't shun the existing content feeds, build on them, bring in the broadcast feed because now you have the zoom there, right? You have the close-ups there. and use the frameless medium to do just more than just VR or broadcast. Use it for data, use it for stats, use it for advertising, use it for other things. Right? Virtual production. So, I mean, there's enough virtual production content inside, but if you had to explain it to a DOP, and we've been doing virtual production work now for about 3 or 4 years, and honestly, it all boils down to one line. And the moment that penny drops for the filmmaker, they suddenly look at it in a different light. And the line is, you are no longer shooting video, you're capturing data. The moment the cinematographer, the penny drops in their mind, they immediately start looking at it very differently. And that's the biggest change that we've seen in the people who do the best work in virtual productions are the ones who realize this the quickest. You're just capturing data. You're capturing data which has certain characteristics. It has a color, it has a position, it has some other information, it has metadata. Once you get that, then virtual production becomes far more easier. How much time do we have? Oh, we have 5 minutes, right? So, some of the things that you need to keep in mind when you do virtual production. It's not one thing, it's many things. So don't put it all in one box. So there's all CG virtual production, which is Lion King. There is on-set virtual production, which is Guardians of the Galaxy 2 or 1, or what television has been doing for, I don't know, 25 years, which is a green screen or a green box studio. And there is ICVFX, in-camera visual effects, which is the third kind of virtual production, which is what Mandalorian and now everybody else seems to be wanting to do. And now at this point of time, everybody thinks that nobody is ever going to shoot on location. Everything's going to be inside a studio in front of an LED wall. That is not going to happen. Right? And then you need to understand virtual production and then disaggregate it into its elements. So script breakdown, creation of digital assets, tracking, camera, object, motion, tracking everything. What do you do on set? When you say on set, what does it mean? If it's a virtual set, if it's not a real set, what does on set mean? Okay, I'm going on set. Yeah, okay. So what does that mean? How do you treat it? How do you tackle it? And then how do you finish a VP project, right? So, and skill sets that are needed for all this. So in order to do that, first you need to have a workflow. So this is a flow chart. This is the world's first ever flow chart for virtual production. It's created by SMT, Society of Motion Pictures and Television Engineers, which I had a small role to play in this. But at the end of it, when you do a breakdown at the shot level, this is basically what virtual production is, right? Where you have action assets, which is anything which is moving or anything which is changing in the middle of the shot is an action asset. Your light could be an action asset, right? Because the light physically may not move, but the beam is moving, may or may not be moving. And then you've got physical props, animated, motion capture, photogrammetry, volumetric capture, and then you have the world, where the world itself doesn't move or change, but your point of view of looking at the world changes. And skill sets and thought process is needed. You need to look at each of these things very, very differently and uniquely. Then all this sits on a gaming engine, which is virtual production enabled. Unreal, Unity, a few more, primarily these two. And when it's enabled with camera, object and motion tracking, then it will allow you to create flat screen video, which is stereoscopic or non-stereoscopic, 360 VR video or 6DoF volumetric experience. This is the workflow at the shot level. It's not really complicated, but it is. And most importantly, it's not meant only for big productions. Right now, the thought process is that virtual production is only meant for the big films. This is the $100 million films. No. In fact, for mid-level films is where the most value is added in virtual production, because they don't have a problem with time in pre-production. You can spend time, you can pre-produce well, you can create your worlds, book a virtual production stage for one day and knock off 10, 12, 15 shots. And just that 1 or 2 days of that extra spend on a virtual production stage will elevate the quality of your production value enormously for a mid-budget film. And that is how you need to start thinking of it. It's not meant only for the big films, because big films have enough money even to do visual VFX in post. Right? There you're essentially solving for luxury and efficiency. Yeah, I mean, Shah Rukh Khan doesn't want to travel halfway around the world. Okay, so he drives down to Mehboob Studio and sets up a volume stage and shoots a song there, which he otherwise would have shot on a beach in, I don't know, Hawaii. He can afford to go to Hawaii. If it's a Shah Rukh film, they have enough money to do this in post. This is a luxury problem that we have, virtual production is solving. But for a mid-budget film, virtual production will really give it value, will elevate its value. And that's how you need to think about it. Also, decision making is really, really particular. Now, don't get thrown by the next slide. Sorry, this is actually the entire decision making chart of whether you should shoot on a volume or no, right? Any shot. Now, obviously you can't read any of this, so I'm trying to break it down. So, it starts with, should this scene be shot in a volume? And out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, out of 10 scenarios, 9 say don't shoot on a volume. Only 1 says shoot on volume. And if you kind of ask around people, I am probably the industry's largest proponent of virtual production, and I'm saying only 1 out of 10 scenarios you need to shoot on volume. The biggest mistake you can do is to think that everything can and should be shot on volume. It's not, right? Go through so we've created this at Whistling Woods. I will happily give this to whoever wants it. It's our decision making flowchart that we've made. Please, if you want to refer to it, please start referring to it. If you think it needs to be fixed, please write back to me and we'll fix it. If you think there is something that we've gotten wrong. But this is very important for our industry. Right? I don't want indiscriminate use of VP stages. Right? Now, are there problems? Yeah, there are a bunch of problems in the immersive industry. Right? There's privacy. Biohacking is a big deal. There are headsets that are doing iris tracking. We don't want them to track. You don't want somebody to know when your pupil is being dilated. Right? It's very, very personal. There are other issues. The pipeline is still scattered. There isn't standardization. The metaverse business model is still linked to cryptos and NFTs, which is kind of stupid. I don't know why. It needs to move out of being linked to tokens and NFTs, right? And anyway, forget about the last one. It's too complicated. But the good thing is there money at the end of all these troubles? Yes, there is. There's lots of money. Bahut paisa hai. So if you look at, so this first one, chart, was created in Jan 2020. Created in Jan 2020 on what is the estimated consumer VR revenue globally in 2021. So in Jan 2020, the industry predicted that in 2021, the consumer VR revenue would be $19 billion globally. Now, as of Jan 2022, when they actually gathered the data, what they saw was that it became $30 billion. So, an industry which is notoriously for overvaluing and inflating its future projections, they actually lowballed this one, right? So, yes, it caused destruction all over the world, but the pandemic did give the VR industry a boost, a huge boost. I mean, I I wish it had never happened. I would have been happy with a screwed up VR industry, but it happened. Same thing with virtual production. Virtual production in 2021 was about $1.5 billion. By 2028, it will go up to 50 billion. Just the virtual production element of content creation. And this is where the money comes in. So there's more good news. There is consumer interest in VR. People want to watch content, both cinematic VR as well as sports, as well as live events, so concerts and stuff. Headsets are becoming sleeker. So for the longest time, we used to think of VR headsets as like a big shoebox on your head. Headsets are actually becoming sleeker. So this is the latest one that HTC has launched. It's no more heavier than a thick pair of sunglasses, right? It's really, really comfortable. This is a VR headset. It's literally this big. Right? It fits in the side pocket of my backpack. Fantastic. $500. That's it. This is going to become cheaper. This is going to become sleeker. Very soon, people will be walking on the road. When I say very soon, I mean within 10 years. Where you won't know whether they're wearing sunglasses or whether it's a VR headset. With the GeoGlass, some of it is already happening, at least the demo that I did. And you'll see it soon. We have decent competition in VR for the first time. We have 3 big gorillas that are nicely fighting for our attention. So things will get cheaper. Well, except for Apple. I don't think anything gets cheaper in Apple. So you have Meta. You've got ByteDance. This is the China side of things. You've got Apple, and then homegrown. You've got this. This is not very far away from consumer launch, by the way. Shit, I don't know if I was allowed to say that. Okay, I didn't say it. So basically, you got to make the journey, fail repeatedly, fail fast, until you stop failing, right? Thank you. Happy to take questions. Happy to take questions. Yeah. Can you... Oh, you're giving a mic? Okay.
Hi sir, my name is Sridhar. I would like to know the decision-making process behind shooting on VR. Augmented reality.
Digital process?
Decision-making process.
Decision-making.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's, so, if you can tell the same story with the same impact without using VR, don't shoot it in VR. Can you make the same story? Can you give the same impact? Can you give the same immersive impact? Are you actually shooting, creating something in VR and equipping the story and the content with everything that it needs? Or are you just shooting in VR because it's cool? Right? Don't do the second one. Right? So if you are going to shoot something in immersive, make sure that you handle it properly. Right? So it's well shot, well produced, well directed, it's not glitchy, people don't throw up, all that. And the narrative impact, immersive impact is actually high. So it's because it's a creative decision, it's not based on a technical workflow. It's based on your creative process. Can I tell this story in VR, without VR? If the answer is yes, then don't shoot it in VR. If the answer is no, then shoot it in VR.
So it's going to be the same with visual production also,
Same.
right?
If you can achieve it in virtual production, without virtual production, at the same cost, don't shoot it in VP. But chances are you won't be able to. VP is actually a huge workflow. It's a huge boost to the media and entertainment. It's going to make things cheaper, it's going to make things faster, it's going to make things quicker. Yeah, so it will make life easier. But again, judicious use. Don't shoot everything. If it's a two-person rom-com, don't shoot it in virtual production. Please book a flat and shoot it there, right? So, but if you're trying to recreate The Martian, then shoot it in virtual, right? That's needed. It's needed for that space, or Avatar, for that matter. So, yeah,
Thank you, sir, for a lovely presentation. First of all, I would like to know if what is the potential market for the VR films? If someone is, as a passion project, is shooting a VR film, how can he sell the film? Because it involves a lot of cost of production. Plus, I don't see in recent future anyone will be able to access that film without a proper VR.
Okay.
And
So,
second question also can I take? And can we make changes in theaters where people can actually, like you said, communal captivating in a sense, where they can experience the VR, where just in Las Vegas they have launched the Sphere. Yeah. So the same thing can happen in India anytime sooner.
Okay. So let me answer the second one. The Sphere is actually not VR. It's cinematic, but it's what you call ultra large format cinematic. So first there was, if you remember, I know you were too young for it, but once upon a time our screens used to be 4:3, right? Then you had CinemaScope, right? Then you had 16:9. Then you had IMAX. Sphere is the next thing of that. So it's actually not VR because it is community viewing. So it is captive community viewing in an ultra large format, right? So that's one. I hope India gets a Sphere, and I'm not saying it because I'm standing here, but possibly the one person who can do it is, right? I don't see if anyone else can do it. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm not expecting it in a hurry. It's very, very, very expensive. I've seen the Sphere being constructed for the last 6 years now. Literally, I've been inside, I've seen it, I've been there, done that, done detailed deep dive into. They're running 400 servers just for color, just to make sure that there is even color. And because the venue is so large, there is what you call vectorized directional audio. So if these 8 chairs are listening to something in English, these 8 chairs are listening to the same thing in Spanish without wearing earphones. So the audio is directional. Precision directional audio. So it's very, very ridiculously expensive. So I don't see that coming in. Now, as far as distribution, monetization of VR goes, there are at this point of time on YouTube, charitably about 10,000 pieces of VR content, easily, maybe more. Globally, you have VR subscription markets that are starting to come together. So the Netflix player is VR ready, Hotstar, Disney is VR ready, they're all VR ready. So think of the cinematic VR industry today, what the mobile video industry was in India in 2013, which is pre-4G, pre-5-inch mobile display. That is where the VR industry is today. So in 2013, if I told you that 70% of India's content would be consumed on the cell phone, in 6 years, you would have laughed in my face. Right? Within 6 years, an industry that did not exist became larger than the Indian film industry, which existed for 110 years. So things can change, things will change pretty fast. I don't see a time too far away where somebody who's traveling in a local train from, say, Bandra to Churchgate, 30 minutes, right now they're watching a soap or whatever, an episode of their favorite show on their mobile, they'll be doing it on the headset. Something will be sleeker, something which will be much sleeker, something which will not be a big shoebox. Anyway, we have 5G now, so that's sorted. I saw the Olympics live streamed in VR sitting in my house. I saw Neeraj Chopra win his gold from 20 feet away. because Intel was live streaming it. Problem is nobody bought the rights for India. I have access, so I managed to see it, right? So it's the ecosystem is building. So, I mean, Jio's creating GeoGlass. Do you really think they're not going to start to commission VR content? They are. Just like you have 100 shows that are out on Jio Cinemas, there's going to be at least 5 of them in VR. Wait for it, right? So at this point of time, VR monetization is low, but it will happen for sure.
Also, I'm expecting some utility things happening in VR as well, other than the just for content creation.
So there's significant amount of training happening, significant amount of education, simulations, medicine. Single largest use of VR today is in military, so in killing people and in saving people. Two ends of the spectrum, right?
Yeah.
So military training, tactics, all that, and medicine. Because especially in a lot of markets, you don't find cadavers. People don't die. People don't donate their bodies. Right? So, I mean, how are medical students going to learn? How are they going to practice?
Right.
And until somebody's put 10,000 stitches on a cadaver, boss, मेरे को हाथ मत लगाना. कैसे लगाएगा? So a lot of the initial simulation training is all happening now in VR and headset. Tesla suit is now going a big way, right? So Tesla suit is essentially a full body haptic suit, which, so Formula One drivers, astronauts, deep sea divers, deep sea drilling, all these simulations are all happening in VR. A lot of education is happening in VR. So,
thank you so much, sir.
Cool, we good? We have time? No? We're done? I don't know. Okay, time is up, so they're throwing me out. Bye-bye. You need the mic?
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation, Chaitanya. We shall start with our last session for the day in another 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you.
75 years ago, we escaped and got lost in a story. To feel connected. To share moments. Which we will remember forever. It's the most incredible thing in the world. For 75 years, we fueled the dreams of storytellers. The world might change, but we believe that change is the only constant. With time, we have adapted and committed to our legacy of investing in storytelling. Dreaming big and aiming high. Constantly striving to serve. A dedicated team whose vision is to be a global leader and enabler of audio-visual craft and creative solutions. An extraordinary team whose combined mission is to unlock, inspire, and nurture the imagination of storytellers.
Innovation.
Customer centricity. Dependability.
Courage. Integrity.
Creative excellence.
Learning and empowering.
Entrepreneurial mindset.
To a new beginning. To new adventures. To creating a unique path. We are just getting started.
Yeah, hi everybody. So can I have people coming here who want to make money? Anybody who doesn't want to make money? This water is clean. Can I water? Yeah. Thanks. I appreciate. What's your name? Mansi. I appreciate. Thanks. Know how many times you might have done it, but just before the presentation, it's always.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, once again. We shall now commence with our last session for the day, which is a technical seminar titled Significantly Monetize Your Content and Save Money, along with Index, Search, Privacy and Cricketing Analogy. This would be presented by Mr. Kamal Gulati, CEO, ITS Technology Solution Private Limited. Mr. Gulati has 25 plus years experience in profit generation, deep business level relationships, strategic planning, business development, sales and marketing, key account management, project, channel and team management with best IT companies. So over to you, Mr. Gulati.
So good evening, everybody. So how are you doing this evening? Am I audible clearly to everybody at the back? Okay. So I have a interesting question for each one of you. What happened? It's loose. Okay. So I'm sure you would have heard about the statement content is king, right? And I'm talking about mainly the content owners. So if I were to ask you, how many of you think that this statement is correct? Content certainly is king in the current times. How many of you think that? Okay. And now I have got two questions with you. But do you think it's going to make enough money for you? And my assertion with you is that it's not going to be enough. Whatever quality of content you might have, it is not going to make enough money for you unless you add few things on the top. And what are those things which you can add on the top is something which I'm going to talk in next 25-30 minutes. And second question, how many of you know about Spotify? All of you know about Spotify? Okay. And do you know Spotify has not been making money for multiple years consistently, correct? How many of you know that? Despite being a billions of dollars organization, they have not been making money. Any reasons? Anything you know why they have not been making money? It's going to be difficult for them actually the way they are to make money. Why? Because they don't own the content. It's a paradoxical. On one side, I am saying that you can't make money, enough money with your content. And second statement which I am making, which is my assertion again, is that despite having such a great marketing team, Spotify will find it really difficult to make money or even make profits. Okay? So what does it leave you? So let me introduce very, very briefly about myself. Of course, Mansi was great enough, so I'm not going to touch much upon that. So I am a B.Tech MBA technocrat. I have spent almost 30 odd years now with leading MNCs, and 2011, almost at 9:30 a.m. something happened. Global company Atempo, which I was representing, got taken over, and they said we have got 30 minutes for India operation. That gave rise to current company that I own. And in between 2015 to 17, I started two more organizations. And as the time will have it, one I sold, did not collect the money, second went bonkers. And in a way, two failed businesses I got a heart attack. I went through a tough phase in that phase. And I thought possibly is it time for me to go back to employee mode. And one thing which really kept me up is my father always wanted me to be employer. And there is a game of puzzle. In case you want, you can collect this from my stall A6. I can give that to you. And what I really saw in those times is that I am really committed to mission resiliency, which I feel very, very strongly. And which is what I'm going to talk to you about. So all of you who are content owners, who are putting your heart and sweat into creating of that content, how that content can really give you what you really want. You might be a self-employed person, you might be content creation in whatever ways, or you might be working for a large company. So I'm going to talk about something which you can add on the top of the content, which can have you make enough money. So I'm going to here talk about all of those. And this is the book which I wrote, and I'm going to, so so this book is Backup 2.0, in which I'm talking like a story. So which is something which is here. In case you want, at the end, you can get this book also. So this is a book I launched 3 months back, okay? And about it is simple, we are almost 11 years company, old organization. We have got depth. We are serving a lot of mid to large organization. We have got media entertainment companies, right from Eros now to T-Series to Lahari Music, Gujarat Government Information Department, Disney. So we have got good plethora of media entertainment company. And we are being used by other organizations, so 300 plus large organizations of all kinds we have. And we have won 25 plus awards, and 5 of them in niche area of media entertainment also. And our motto is 100% caring, whatever it takes. And we certainly have lots and loads of media clients. And so I'm not going to cover much. And today I'm going to be launching this magazine out here at Broadcast India. It's really a privilege for me that this platform I'm getting in front of each one of you. So we're going to launch this magazine. And what I'm going to cover is mainly the lead article of this magazine. And again, this magazine, as each one of you are here, so you will have an opportunity to get this magazine also if you desire so. And in which one I'm going to cover. How many of you know about privacy law? So privacy law was introduced in India almost a month back. In August, it was introduced. It has been passed. And we are, I think, 138 organization as a country where it is launched. So despite being largest, privacy law came the last year, possibly. But this is going to be really key. For each one of you who are content owner, this is going to play, again, a major role. So we are going to talk about that in a while. And this magazine covers that in depth by one of the best known person, Shivangi, and she's the authority in that. So she's written an article there. Then I have got ZTV's ex-HR head talking about manpower and how you can really have that, because for a lot of content management organization, this certainly is a key. How do we have and retain the good guys? And one of the industry expert is going to be here in a while, and his perspective is something which we are going to cover. And let me define what I think in my view. Of course, there could be a lot of ways in which you can define the content owners. So for me, content owner is a creative person who has got thinking, is passionate about whatever content he's creating. He's got technology depth, because these days, unless you really have world-class content, it would not really fly. And he thinks that marketing and sales are not my forte. He is not really focusing too much on those. And at best, even if he's doing something, he's focusing on sales. And he's an independent creator or a part of a large organization. And my belief, even content creator, even large organization, you should have the kind of additional aspect which I'm going to talk, and which I say is to be resiliency. Okay? And these are the 3 portions. One is a content creator. Then you have got somebody who's a media supply chain, where that all the transformation goes through, where you make it ready for the market. And then you have got OTT platforms. You have got those places from which you can reach to the masses. So in whatever ways you might be directly or indirectly reaching out to those distribution network that you have. And so all those 3 are required for a content to really get created and get consumed in the market. And this is again a more detailed view of that, so I'm not going to talk much about this here. And my view is that you will need to really have a marriage and which is talking about content and archival. No, it's not content archival, it's totally talking about content plus resiliency. In case you were to have marriage of those two, only then the content can really go. And privacy, if I may say, in a very, very brief. So PII, personal identified information, and it was originally introduced to really make sure. How many of you know that how come these social media organizations got so much of value? If you talk about Amazon, Google, why do you think they have got so much of value? Any idea? Anybody? Pardon me? I did not get there. So they have got the value because they have got the information about you and me. They can do slice and dice. They can make out. Like I am sitting here, Google knows that where I am. So they have got the information of people. They have got so much of information, each person, that they monetize that. So they don't make money from any other source, but they make money from your data, right? Which is, and privacy laws were introduced. GDPR, if you will know, was introduced in Europe primarily because of that they wanted to limit the value that they have from this PII and the way people use it. So Europe thought that all our information is going to US and we should certainly do this. But it has become paradoxical again because it was introduced for that person. But what is happening is because it applies to large as well as small, and people can go and really put claims even on smaller ones. So what is happening is this is becoming because the penalties are huge. Even in India, penalties is more than 100 crores, right? So it is becoming an advantage again because only large organization, if individual goes, so individual organizations are not aware about this. So this is becoming a major issue. And then you need to have consent of people. You need to have right to information access and right to erase. And children and sensitive data, you should understand. So it's going to be absolutely critical for you that you have information about these, and tomorrow if they come back to you, how would you do meta tagging? How would you know about that? And I am personally a NESCOM DSCI certified auditor, so I certainly can cover much more on depth in this. So if you really want to know, so it's, as a content creator, it will be important for you to know more and more about privacy also, and basics aspects certainly we can cover. And so 4 resiliency principles which in my view are going to be absolutely important for you to know as a content creator. So one is that what is the niche market? What is the niche segment that you're going to cover? And otherwise, as a content creator, a lot of time for me, it really becomes I should cover more and more market. So I should have content for more and more, correct? As a content creator, a lot of time we think that larger the masses, more money I can make. But as a resiliency principle, what I'm talking about is that you should have a niche market. And I will tell you in a while why I think though. And then consistent interest. So from that market, in what ways you can invoke consistent interest from each one of them? Because unless you go to market, and unless you start, how do we sell? We go and really look out for the market. We go and talk to them. And when you go and talk to them versus if they were to come to you, if it could be such that they become interested in you. Like I had this make money with their content. Since yesterday, I had at least 35, 40 people coming to me as a content creator. We want to make money. Tell me now how. So you want to understand how do you create that consistent interest. And I'm going to talk about that, how that's something which you can. And then, and even if you were to create interest, unless you get yes, unless you get the financial conversion. And for some of you, it might be if you are an NGO or if you are a Isha Foundation kind of organization, for you it might not be financial conversion, it might be something else. But you need yes for a transaction. And then finally, you certainly want effective content management. And as the World Cup time is coming, how many of you love cricket? Anybody who doesn't love cricket here? All of you love cricket here. And these are even females. I think 15 years back it used to be that only males of a particular age group used to be. So if you ever talk about Sunil Walson, who was 1983 team member, he said that all this changed in 1983. Before 1983, I don't think too many of us used to connect with the cricket that much. But that one World Cup we won, and as an underdog, that team was totally underdog. India-Zimbabwe match, which is so classical, it was not even recorded because it was not felt that's important because too much other matches were there. But 83, it all changed. Emotionally, people connected. India as a country was underdog in those times, and as a cricket team, that underdog team won against world beaters. So that gave us a belief that it could be, and that's how come Indians could connect to that. But if you were to fast forward that, 2006, I'm sorry, youngsters, test matches, ODI, they were not interested. For them, it really became, oh, who has got that kind of time? So only 30%, 30 years plus people, that also in their possibly free time, they will see it. Only critical matches, they will be interested, right? And if I were to talk about IPL, how come IPL came? Did it change the game for cricket in India? Yes or no? And that happened because they could really look at total niche focus. They saw that young less than 30, all genders we would want to focus. And that's largest in the world, in India. In those times also, it's certainly increasing. And they have got, each one of them, specifically middle to higher middle class, have got decent buying power. They can influence even their elders and the parents. And for them, entertainment also is becoming a key focus. So that's what was the key thing which a guy called Lalit Modi saw. And then he could convince, it took him a lot of efforts from 97 till 2006-7. And people think that it had just happened. But that person really planned this well. BCCI gave only a part of the money. It was all his bet. And he really did a fabulous, fabulous work in terms of segmentation of market, in my view. And second thing, which is interest. So how would this crowd of 30 less or 25 less would be interested? Because they are looking for what? Entertainment. Best of both worlds, cricket and entertainment. Get even new age thing, because they can go and their friends and they say, this is the modern things in which we are getting linked to. So their friends will come, they can even get their families in, because family would want to spend more time. And elders used to connect, oh, he's going for cricket, at least he's not spending so much of a time in front of a TV or a screen, so at least he will be out. So even family is keen. And party time. If you look at IPL, the way it was designed, during the game and even afterwards, it's total party time. And loyalty. Earlier, the loyalty was to India. So India cricket matches. But now here, loyalty is becoming to whom? To a specific person. Global person or Indian, or that state, or that character of the team, or owner of the team. So there are multiple affinities which really thought that by which they will be able to get people interested. And they gave ownership to whom? Corporate people and celebrities, who also have the oral following. At the same time, they know how to manage it. And even celebrities, those persons who could manage large organization, who are not looking for short-term game, but who are thinking in terms of creating a team. So that was really well planned in terms of how to get the interest. And one of the key things, because the way you say, never ever give up. Because Lalit Modi's, of course, he did number of things which I don't agree with, but that is one aspect which he was. He faced 97, he totally thought about all these things in number of ways. And it was thrown out. He really spent almost 10 years planning it out and come out again in 2007. So certainly, it's going to be one of the key things as a content owner that you want to certainly have this, never ever give up. And how that to get them to pay? Right from 10 rupees to lakhs of rupees. On a small phone, to cricket stadium, to front rows, to evening parties, to whatever you want to. So based on their interest, based on whatever things they are really keen, they designed things for everybody and then graduated them to higher and higher slabs. Okay? And matter of pride. Because what got them to pay? Oh, I went. Even yesterday I was here and I saw while evening that MSD is here on the other floor. And even I called up the host and asked him, oh, MSD is there? Can we really have something with him? And then of course I was busy and then he said, Kamal, I don't know, I can get that. But I'm saying that a sense of pride that I'm rubbing shoulders with those celebrities or best of the person in the world. And value for money. Because they saw whatever money we are putting in, so it's going to be extension. And whomsoever wins, interest remains. Earlier it used to be India is out, 2007, 2006 World Cup or 7 World Cup? Yeah. World Cup, India out. Matches after that, rating went down from 8 to 1. But here, whomsoever might win, this thing, oh, somebody is there for whom they can cheer up. And of course, we all know, as a cricket, they had a very, very advantage in terms of content management. BCCI, I think late 90s itself had done very good, fabulous work in terms of content management. So slicing, dicing, and relevant data, and even today. Of course, it's going to higher and higher levels. And if I were to talk about with the content, so basic aspect thing is that you want to really look at if you are thinking in terms of segmentation. So why I'm talking about specific, because you and me as a content owner or as a person who is going to be responsible in organization for content, you are not going to have hundreds of crores. You are going to have a limited money. So it always makes sense to think in terms of who that community could be, where I can target, get some money and then go to something else. Target, get some money in return and then go to others. So it's going to be important for you that with a limited one, जैसे वो शिवाजी यहाँ बॉम्बे में बैठे हुए होते हैं ना, छापा मार के वापस आ जाएंगे, right? So it has got to be something like that. And you want to be good enough to emotionally connect to that person. And they should really feel connected to you. It's going to be absolutely critical for you to look at what could that community be, what could that segment be where you emotionally connect. And where this thing like a Bahubali. Bahubali की spelling ठीक है ना यार? Okay. So in terms of, because अगर वो आपको बाहुबली की तरह नहीं देखेंगे, उनको ये नहीं लगेगा कि इनका कंटेंट हमारे लिए बिल्कुल रिलेवेंट और इमोशनली कनेक्ट कर रहे हैं, तो वो आपको पैसे की चिक-चिक कर सकते हैं, यहाँ बाकी सब एस्पेक्ट में नेगोशिएट कर सकते हैं. इट्स इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर यू टू कनेक्ट विद देम, एंड देन each one of them has got some secret desires. Like what I could see, the secret desire of content owner is how to make money. Similarly, you will need to look at what are they looking for, what is the requirements, what do they consider value. So, and USP, if you could really create a USP with which they connect, which is going to be important for them, then that certainly would be a segment for you. And this particularly would be absolutely important. And then interest. How would you get them interested? What you will throw in front of them that they on their own will come like you. Like one classical example is, अगर जंगल में भालू होता है, right? और उसको अगर अच्छा सा शायद सुनाई दे तो वहाँ जाएगा ना पास उसके. So similarly, you need to really throw some bait, something which you really connect to them, and they would want to come to you for listening or asking about that. And how, whatever image they have, from where they would want to buy, how your image could be that which can match with those ones. So what you're showing to them, which can be interested, and what platform, where do they go? What are the things which are interest for them? And when they're seeing that, are they being left with a sense of wow? So that glimpse should give them a sense of wow. And again, what I said about IPL also, it's certainly very critical, because you will throw some things, something will invoke a response, something will not. So you certainly need to have this aspect of never ever giving up, because unless you keep trying and failing, so there are those things will happen. So here, with a limited budget, with appropriate things, you will need to think what can interest them. And how to get money from them? Start small. Initially look at whatever you are throwing them, can you start smallest? And over a period of time, the more the trust grows, you grow big. And give them choice always. At every stage, it's important for you that they always can opt out. So you can't really show them, oh, they have got to, and value and wow factor. And in terms of your skill, trainings, and they need to really get that you are upgrading yourself consistently, such that they are having love and respect for you. And of course, care for each one of them at each touch point. And what platforms, what mediums they certainly want to graduate to. And again, one of the key things is that whatever secret desires they have, can you really get yes for each one of those aspects? So if you can really do some of these stuff, and it's easier said than done, and for sure, it will require much more elaborate exercise. We are going to talk about for 15-20 minutes right now. So of course, I can't touch each one of those aspects, so I'm touching them in brief. So, but any questions you have, you certainly can stop me and we can really talk about that. Anybody, any questions, anything you want to ask? Okay, I get that. We'll talk more about those. And for effective content management, how many of you know about Steven Spielberg? Have you seen what is the movie which he said was most difficult to shoot for him? It was a movie called Jaws. And that Jaws, majority of the data is lost. And for him, so as a result of that, he started an initiative in which I think so far he has possibly got those back is almost 999 or 1,000 odd movies. And similarly, Shivendra Singh Dungapur, an Indian person who has worked on Film Heritage Foundation and Film Archival of India is working on those. So those kind of ones which are there. But despite all these initiatives, there has been loss of In US, if you talk about 2050 before, majority of the movies are lost. Even in India, it's similar. Even as late as 2019, there has been significant losses despite all these efforts. So certainly, how many of you know about a movie called Alamara? Heard about that movie? That's gone. Similarly, there is a movie made on emergency, Kissa Kursi Ka, in I think 78 or 79. That movie is gone. So there are a lot of movies even as late 90s, the movies which were shot, and of course movie I'm saying because primarily even award-winning good movies. And so what we do is that we can really do a restoration drill for you, so which can really take care of, so we as an organization have got archival and backup we have been doing for long. So one of the key things which we have developed on is that a very, very methodical 5-step process in which whatever content you have, in what ways you can do restoration drills. So we have created this framework which we call A.B.I.S, and we are incorporating those in multiple more aspects there. Similarly, we have got more solutions in backup and archival space if you are looking at management of those. So that is something which we can. Summary is that in my view, content certainly is king, but you will need to add tadka on that. So if you're interested in adding the tadka, and privacy certainly is going to be critical. And the 4 resiliency principles that I talked about, and then I talked to you about IPL in what ways, and content certainly can convert into big, big money for you. But you will need to follow some of these principles. Now you have got 2 ways, 2 choices. First could be that I have given you all knowledge, I am keen to really do much more, and you can do it yourself. And I am going to be doing some webinars for you, which I am going to announce in 3 more weeks. So there will be few webinars which I will do, and you can do it yourself, or you can really come to us. And IT Simple could be a partner for you. And now what I'm really requesting is Harmeet ji is here. Sanjeev. So Sanjeev, I think you know he's the one who inspired me in those interactions. I think what, 5 weeks back, Sanjeev?
Yes, we just I think talking a month back, and we saying why not?
अच्छा माइक वहाँ ले ले यार तू. Is it? 1 minute ये दे दो.
Yeah, hello. Is working? Working. So I know Kamal since a couple of years. We have doing lot of project together on the archiving solutions. And recently when I met him and I was discussing what need to be done, then we discussed about launching a magazine which we'd like to talk today on, okay? And I think we have another very great name, Harmeet, if you can come over. So Harmeet is also giving us a lot of content on these magazines. Thank you, Harmeet.
Can we have Rahul? I think Rahul is here. Rahul.
Yeah.
Rahul?
Yeah, Mr. Rahul Goyal. Yes, please do. Give me some more magazines.
Atul? Yeah. Sudhir? Achha, okay. So common is yeah. So Rishi from Seagate.
Yeah. We'd like to introduce Rishi from Seagate. Sorry, I don't have a name.
Yeah, no worries.
So congratulations team. It's absolutely one of the upcoming part, and I think it is going to contribute the industry in much better way. A lot of informations will flow through these magazines. Congratulations everybody.
Thanks Sanjeev. Thanks Sanjeev. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
एक मिनट, I think लूज हो गया क्या वो? Okay, so what we are saying is, in case you are interested in really free webinars that we are doing, so you can really click on this URL, or you can send WhatsApp to Manoj on this number. And this would mean that the free webinar that I was saying you, that we'll have a couple of free webinars for each one of you. So you can, and of course we are there at F6 stall also, you can come and see us there. So this is something which is, yeah, you can, of course, they can scan the QR code. Okay, so this is something which is applicable for next 10 odd minutes. So you can register for this free webinar. Thank you very much. I appreciate. I know there's something. And at this opportunity, what I would like to do is, Sudhir, my colleague, has got some books. So I think I will launch that book also at this moment. Sudhir, how about? Mr. Backup. No, this is not Mr. Backup. This is something which is cable dealer success. So I thought that would be a good idea for us to. Yeah. Sudhir, so can we just launch that also? I have just taken this opportunity. Yeah. एक मिनट इसको पकड़ लेते हैं. Congratulations, Dick. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, and we have got, in case you're keen, so this magazine and book, Mr. Backup 2.0, which I said, I don't know about it, in case he has some of them. So, so if you want to, we have got this books and magazine, which we can give it to you. And have you brought some sweets also? No. Okay, that's something. So you can come over and see us at A6. I'm sorry I missed that. So I was thought that I will really treat you with some sweets as well. So, but book and magazine, certainly in case you're keen, you can have this from us. And you can register for this webinar, which I said. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate. I acknowledge each one of you. I know it's late evening and you could have chosen to do anything else. I really appreciate that each one of you stay till the end and listen to us. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Gulati. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Request you to please be on stage. I request Varun Gaba, Portfolio Director, Nuremberg Messe India, to please hand over the memento to Mr. Kamal Gulati.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it, brother. All the very best.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Look forward to really having a great future in this organization and otherwise.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Varun. Thank you, Mr. Gulati. And many congratulations for the launch of Mission Resiliency. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being our lovely audience for today. We shall see you tomorrow, same place, at 11 o'clock in the morning. Thank you.
"75 years ago, we escaped and got. It's the most incredible thing in the world. For 75 years, we fueled the dreams of storytellers. But we believe that change is the only constant. With time, we have adapted and committed to our legacy of investing in storytelling.